Howdy ho. Okay. All right, I got a commercial, so I'm assuming that's me and that I'm live. Hello. All right. As you creep in, no one's creeping in. That's odd. There's no one there. Okay, I'm up. I'm streaming. If anyone can give me an update, my levels look good. Oh, hold on. If you can see and or hear me, please tell me. That would be positive. Let me launch ZBrush. I kept hitting the button and didn't realize that I didn't push start. So for a second there, I thought I was already streaming. All right, there are 13 people showing up. Someone give me an update. Can you see me? Can you hear me? All that nonsense. Because as anyone who watches the stream knows, I'm always struggling with this crap. All right. Anyone out there? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Anyone? No. Shit. Okay, well, I just assume that you can hear me and see me. Buttons. We need to revisit this, I think. All right, now there are 21 people here. Can anyone hear me or see me? Do we have a connection? Because I've yet to get any response. Anyone? Anyone? Mueller? Oh, okay. Great. Alrighty, so at least we are going out. I'm asking if people will see me and they just go away. They don't even bother staying. They're like, well, if we can't hear or see you. It's like people expect you to sign on and be working interestingly instantly. All right. How are we doing tonight? Did everyone have a good week? Anything new and exciting? Oh, righty. That's goodly. So tonight I'm going to be working on a handful of things. I'm going to work on some buttons, and then I'm going to work on... actually, I'm not bad. My printer kind of ate it a little this week, so I'm going to... They sent me a video to try to fix it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get a new printer. Very depressing. But that's okay. We'll figure that one out. I was going to print the glasses, and I had printed a bunch of stuff earlier in the week, and then Thursday didn't register. And I'm like, oh my God. And it's just these 3 little pens, and so did anyone do anything exciting? Yeah, no, it's frustrating. It's frustrating because it's hardwired onto the board, the part is, so it's not a replaceable thing. Excuse me. If I upgrade, because it's out of warranty, you know, it's years old, so it's out of warranty. They'll give me almost $900 for it if I upgrade. So I'm going to talk to them tomorrow and see what we can get sorted out. They're not shipping the large ones yet, so I'm kind of bummed. I kind of want one of the big form labs. Yeah, exactly. And you know, if I can get another half of it knocked down, then you know, $1,500 is a lot easier than $3,500 at the end of the day. So we'll see. I'm not I'm stressed about it because I should be printing some stuff right now that I can't print. We might have a visitor later on tonight. We'll see. She's going to drop by. She works at care from Columbia Gym Works, and I've been doing some stuff with them, and they might actually she's the one who gave me the meteorite stones and all of that, or spheres. So she wants to talk about some of the things she's doing, so we can go through that a little. And then I think because the Astro and Orion stuff, she wants to start producing some new parts for the year. We might be going over some of the older parts and changing their size a little and removing details, so we have some that are that sort of Victorian-y, beady sort of thing, as well as some that are not. So yeah, we'll be, well, these are buttons. I was trying to download the files, but I didn't have enough time. Let me see. Actually, we might do something else right now. If I have it right here. Now that I'm thinking about it, that might be more compelling. Well, I was going to work on these buttons, but I didn't get to download some of the references that he wanted. So I might, when we take a break a little later, I might download it, and then we can work on that. We're going to have to cut it early tonight. I can only work until 3. I think it's 3. One sec. Isn't it lovely when... where is it? Boop, boop. I have like 5 different Kyle posts here, so it's always like, which one did he send it on? Yeah, Pavlich goes on at 4 a.m., so I need to give him like a 30-45 minute thing so the name can change on the title. So we'll have to quit around 3:15, 3:30 tonight. Is that not registering? Or do I just not have it in there? Let's do this. Folders, Dropbox. Compiled models out. Nope. See, I don't have all the, at home I have all this crap downloaded, but I don't think I do. Yeah. Let's get, is that, I don't want you to load it, I want to download it. This new Dropbox thing, it's nice that it doesn't download everything. See, Smart Sync to local. There's no open. I really can't C prompt my way out of a paper bag. I can't even, oh, here we go, open. No, damn it. Do I have to do it by link? That's really annoying. Here, I guess we'll just go to Dropbox and do it that way. It is, well, 8. Is it downloading? Oh, for God's sakes, here. We'll just do the files. Models to Olga. Here we go. Which one is this? Fan. That's not what we want. Let's what a pain. They changed how they do this stuff, and like, right, like, can't I just download the damn file? Why have I just completely... I'm an idiot, aren't I? I'm an idiot. How come I can't download this? Share. Usually downloads right over here. Okay. Dropbox is now officially becoming a pain in my butt. Is this what I have to do? I swear to God. Of course, Brian, you can request anything you like, my friend. See, like, why won't it let me download it? What am I doing wrong? Yeah, Brian, what do you want? Obviously, I just lost 15 people because I can't figure out how to open a damn file in Dropbox. Holy hell. If Dropbox is watching, you guys, give me a damn break. Click on it. Usually downloads over here. It's an option. Oh, there it is. Why would you hide download? Okay, let's go over it. Here, I'll just... we'll just... Where's ZBrush? Am I completely crazy now? Okay, now I can't even get ZBrush to open. Come on. I do want 1190 real quick. One sec, let me just... Let me get that downloading, and then I don't know what the hell's up with ZBrush. Okay, that is absolutely crazy talk. All right. We'll restart ZBrush. Sorry, I don't know where ZBrush went. No, I just did. See, it's like, see how it's showing as like a little bar? I don't know. Watch this. I got the magic touch here. Look, it's using a lot of... You're gone. We'll just reboot you. I don't know what the hell's going on there. That's weird. See how it red spiked and then it just disappeared, huh? Super bizarro. Boop, boop. All right, let's just find something that's sort of done so we can talk about details too. Oh, that's funny. That's just here. This is detailed because I want to show you how to judge your detail levels. I know it's going to be it's going to be one of those days, it seems. Okay, there we go. So here we go. And we have something that is pretty high detailed, right? So I'm going to try to get this to be around 1 million. I think this one I had to, wow, this is an older model. Look at all that crud inside. Or do I have a bunch of subtools turned on? Nope. Interesting. All right, so let's just use this one. I'm going to append it to a new, well, here we go. Does this one? No, that's an older model. You want to talk about the differences between what a program can do? So I made this model probably at least 13 years ago, okay? And just what we could do for detail, right? You know, it was like, there's that. And now, this is the kind of detail we can get away with and still retain geometry, right? I mean, this is only 8.5 mil, and what is this? Oh, that's already been decimated, so it's 600,000, but all right. So we're gonna go to a star. We are going to append this just so we have a clean working group, okay? All right, so let's delete our star. Whoop. Frame. All right. We have a high detailed object that we want to get ready or to prepare for Shinya is doing a self-sanitizing version of his coronavirus. Supposedly sake cures coronavirus, according to the Japanese guy. That is not medical information. I don't want to get sued because someone got coronavirus after they were walling around the gutter because of sake. Yeah, okay, so we'll prepare it for the form. I'm so sad my form 2 might be dead. It might be time for my upgrade. I'm not looking forward to it. Well, it'd be nice to have the new printer, but it's always a pain in the butt. I hate it. Okay, so have our we have our high resolution model, right? So first thing we need to do is to find out if this is one shell or not. I don't know where this model is. So we're going to take Control, hold it down, hit Alt. Boop. So should I turn on the keystroke thing? Does that help you guys or not? Well, I might as well turn it on anyway because it'll allow me to write. Okay. Where's that little thing? It's over there. Great. So I'm going to bring this over here. So those aren't all different pieces, so that's good. At this point, if okay, so if you have this, well, I'm going to do it on this one because it's 600,000. Right, so you decided that you want this to be, so like the detail I put on the side of that, of the other ring. Just keep this in mind, okay? Because I just want to make sure that you get this in all of the steps, and this is a step you'll need to know. Okay, so you have all the different subdivision levels. Hold on, I'm going to split 2 parts. Boop. And now once again, I would normally, we're going to go from all of your subtools, right? These are all subtools you've been working on. You have this hanging out, you have that hanging out, right? So you have all these subtools. So before we start, I need a positive affirmation if you understand where we stand at this moment. Okay, Brian? So, right, you have all the different subtools you've worked on. So if we go to the one we're going to work on here, you know that I did each one of these guys separately, right? You know, all of these things were different subtools. So this is too far along for me to do that, so we're doing it here. Does that make sense? I have to wait for you to tell me you understand what we're talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. About a 20-second lag. Okay. So we're here. Normally, what I will do, because, you know, these are all different geometry level. Here, let's just do this just so we know. This is divided. That's divided. Because I get asked this question a lot. Divide, right? All of those are different geometries now. Okay? Okay. I'll know how long to wait. So we have all our subdivision levels. You can see that these are all different geometries, right? So they don't have to be the same geometry. Normally what I'll do is I will take this and I am going to go merge visible, right? So now I haven't dealt, because like on that, the last one, like I'll have mine glyphs in different folders. So you can take anything out of the different folders you want and leave them at their native resolution and merge visible. So now I have this one part, it's merged, but as you can see, it's not one shell. So because this is different levels of geometry, you know, I might have worked on this one, and I want I don't know, we need something that has a much harder focal shift so we can see detail. And let's just draw over that. Okay, so you can see we have different levels of resolution, but I don't need resolution in these, so I don't want it to homogenize. Like I can dynamesh this, it'll create a shell. But what that will do is it will force this to have the same amount of geometry in it as this. I don't want that right now, right? Because that softens everything. You can dynamesh and reproject. I find this to be an easier process. So we're going to come here. We're going to go into our gizmo. We are going to remesh by union. And what that's going to do, it's going to create a shell, but it's going to retain the independent geometries for each of these pieces, right? Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. That's the one I'm looking for. So you can see that we have a bunch of different geometries, and we now have a shell, right? You can see that they're not going through, right? Those are holes. See, so that's exactly what we want. We now have a shell. I'm not too worried about this being a perfect shell because we're going to decimate this now. So I have my geometry. We've now created a shell. Now this is a Boolean action. So first thing I'm going to do is go before we start, because this is, you often have good shells, but it'll say you don't have a good shell because there's noise in it. What am I doing? Q. Turn that off for a second. No, we're going to turn this on. We'll turn lines off so we can see what's going on. Okay. First thing we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this because we want a history state. We want something that is the exact resolution before we started our model or started our wrap-up procedure or prepping for print. Next thing I'll do is I'll hit auto groups. Now I'm going to hold down Control Shift and tap the model. And see, there's no split hidden there. So that means there was no noise in there. Often when you Boolean, it'll leave artifacts, and those will screw your shell detection. So we come down here, check mesh integrity. Mesh integrity test is fine. I'm going to tap close holes. And then we're going to, you analyzed subtool, but I usually just do get metal prices because it's one step less. And there we go. It gave me a metal quote, so I know that this is a closed shell. Analyze selected subtool is the other way to do it. That is within, see, watertight, cancel. And you can save those, send them with the model to shops if you're having them do the work, because a lot of times they'll charge you to fix the shell and you're like, BS, that's, I've seen too many places do it and it's crap. But you find transform, and down here, analyze selective subtool. And that's how you get this. You choose the right scale, and then it'll tell you the size. It'll give you volume. It will also give you surface area. So that's an important thingy-mabob. And then, like, you can save this as a, I can't remember what the CMI, as Excel will open it, and it becomes that. And then if they say it's not waterproof, you can say, BS, it's right there, and send that with your models. Okay, so we don't have any noise shells. That's good. So now we're going to decimate this. And I like to try to decimate it as low as I can, because after decimation, especially if you have very small detail, you're always going to want to tighten up your detail. So let's see what this does at 150,000. And I think this model should actually hold up okay at 150,000. All right, let's hide that. And as you can see, 150,000 was a little too little, right? This is soft, so we're like, okay, let's just undo that. And I'm going to hit 250,000. And I'm just going to try to get this, and I mean, you know, it takes a few minutes, but trust me, it's worth trying to figure out your median range. That's not bad, right? You can see there's some surface stuff here, right, compared to the other one. And you can see that some of this is soft, but you also have to figure, what is the scale? Will it be an issue, right? And so I'd probably go up to 500. Hello, hello. Because I'm just trying to keep it to where I can get some of my small detail back quickly without. So as you can see, we have most. Let's just flip between these two. Let's turn that off. and we're just going to go in and look at some persnickety little surface stuff, right? So this has already been decimated, so we already have some of that non-smooth surfacing, which is okay. But like, I'm going to look in here, because you got to remember, surface detail is not the same thing as linear detail. And when I say that, it's like, you know, you see all these models that are these wires, and you know, they're these flowers made out of wires, and they're like, look how good our printer can print. That's nothing. Who cares? Every printer can print a 0.5 millimeter wire. You know, surface detail, because that's a Z step. So your XY resolution is where surface resolution comes down. And that's why Solidscape has dominated the jewelry market, because their XY is a true 25 microns. And since it's not laser, it's printer, you don't get softening spread, so it's a very crisp model. The new Form 3 supposedly is a tracking laser. I don't have one, so I've seen models from it and they're beautiful, but I haven't done it myself, so I don't know what they did to get them beautiful, so I can only say it'll make a beautiful model. I don't know how they got it. So, but here we're going to look for, these are the details that we want to keep, right? These weird little lines. Because if we're looking for something that's hard to print, this is the stuff that's hard to print. That's where we are so far, correct. So now we're going to look at this. And honestly, it's pretty close, right? There's a little bit of squirreliness. And so this is why I want as much resolution as I can, or as low a resolution as I can get. Because depending on the computer inside your printer, because like Formlabs has a, you know, the brains inside of it. Solids, you know, most of your printers nowadays aren't being run by computers. Like a freestanding, you don't plug it in and the brain is your computer. You plug it in and it has its own brain. So you want to keep your models as small as possible that retain the surface fidelity that you want, because you don't want to choke out computers. You know, I've had probably 8 or 9 million poly plates on a Formlab printer. But it's not that. It's when it starts to process each part, it can really start to glitch and be weird and blah, blah, blah. So you just want everything as small as possible, especially if you're sending your models to someone else, because then they're going to use any excuse in the world to charge you more money because they can. And so what I will do now, it's a shame this here. Let's go up here where this stuff is not already decimated, right? So these are our non-decimated, right? Look at our geometry detail, right? Big squares, little square, almost invisible squares, medium squares. Okay, so here, these are all the same, but I really want this one to be smooth, right? So how I deal with it is now for cleanup, and let's say I really need this area to be sharp. Well, how do I do that? How do I get these selective areas to have different geometries? What we do is we come back to our non-decimated model. You hold down Control and you tap the square. You have now selected that as your history anchor, right? That's your history state. So now we're going to come back over here. I'm going to go on my history recall, but I'm going to turn on Sculptress Pro. So now Sculptress Pro is going to apply the detail I need, right? And I have mine set, the brush size as adaptive, right? So now I'm going to come in here and actually, we don't need paint on. Let's turn this back on. No, boop, 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 boop. Let's turn line back on. And now I have Sculptress Pro on. I'm going to come in here, and that's obviously smaller. And I'm doing this here so you can see the geometry. Now I turn that off. And you're like, okay, well, that's okay, but I really want... See, for this one, you can almost see those squares. On that one, you can't. So I'm going to make my brush size a little smaller. and come in here, and you notice how that's sharpening up. And here you start to see those medium squares where we want them. And those are your, and I know that in here I want this to be really sharp. So what I'm doing is I'm coming back in and I'm adding geometry where I need it, because I know I need geometry in these areas, because these need to be very sharp. And I'm just being arbitrary, right? But if you look here, we look here and we go back to this one, you can barely tell, you know, there's a little fidelity loss because I didn't go all the way around. On this one, right, those are almost exactly the same. So now down here, I've come back, I've added geometry because I need to clean this up. I still use clay tubes. At this point, unless I'm cutting grooves, at this point, I still want clay tubes because I still want my edges defined. But, so I add the geometry, I come back in with clay tubes, and I can come in and sharpen this up and do what I need to with it. And so for the most part, if you can keep a model around 1 million polys, you're doing good. I mean, you can have a 5 million poly model. Just some printers will choke out on it. God, no wonder. Hold on. I'm like, why is this so horrifying? It's because I have this way too high. There we go. And so now I'm going to creep up on this surface. I'm going to come back in here, make this sort of edge sharp. Clean these up so they look like they're little ridges because I have the geometry to do so. And now I'm going to come in with a cutting tool, and we're just going to sharpen that up. Right, and so now I can put as much geometry in selected areas while we still have a very small poly count, right? And I don't really have reasons for these to be this, but you know, we can come in, clean up the areas we need them to be. And you can see that our poly count went up a couple 100,000. So just doing that added a couple 100,000 polys, but we can come in here and really control where things become sharp and where they become soft, right? You know, you can see that we can really come in and put really tight detail where we need it, just completely based on the size of our brush. Because like I said, cutting, it's fine to have the Sculptris Pro on. I like, when you use clay tubes in Sculptris Pro, it becomes soft, and I want my edges sharp, so that's why I always add geometry. The other reason I add geometry, as opposed to just going into it with the brush, so you can see we can really put a shit ton of detail, a lot of detail in, and we're at 685,000 polys. So it's still incredibly tight. It still has, you know, you can go in and touch base with all your resolutions. Now the other thing is, if it still needs to be tighter, hold on, let me see if I can, let's just do this for a second. See if I can get our poly count up higher. Okay, see how we're getting those chattery edges? You notice I don't have chattery edges here, but here we have these chattery edges. In Sculptris Pro, it's got to go over an intersection to register the brush stroke. So here, let's go inside. I'm sure we have some big spaces here. Yeah. So I'm going to try to draw this line here. See how nothing's happening? Let's come out here and try to draw this line. You see how it's chattery and weird. So once you've decimated, you start to Sculptris Pro. If you're going right along a line, well, that's great. But if you come out here, you can see it's not going to view it as it's not going, see, you just get crap geometry. So you can see that we're starting to get that down here, right? These chattery edges, but I don't have them here. So that's why I put shift with no back face masking on. So I can smooth, and I use smooth as my geometry addition. Oh, see in the, you know, your undo history list up here, right? You know, the little squares, the little orange. You just hold down Control and tap the orange square up here in your undo history. See up here, we selected this point, and see how there's, hold on. See how there's a little white bar there? Now there's not. Now there is, now there's not. So that whatever history state you have with the white bar in it, that is your history state for recall and for projection. So now you can see why we have this crappy geometry here after decimation, and then using Sculptris Pro to put it back in is because it's trying to get that area. So what I always do is I will turn this on. I'll hold down shift. No, that's Control. Hold down shift, and I'll just apply geometry. Here, let's do it down here so it's not going over what we just did, right? I know I'm going to put lines and this stuff down here. So I'm adding geometry around where those lines are going to be. And that helps me avoid that weird geometry stretch or pinch, whatever you want to. And so now we're going to come back in here. Boom, 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 boom. And I come in and my geometry is clean, right? I don't have that edge tessellation thing that's going on right here, right? Or right there. I mean, you can see what that does compared to what that does. You can see it goes from crap to smooth. So now we've punched a bunch of lines in here. And now we're getting up here and we're like, oh crap, you know, this really needs to be smaller because I'm going to have to add some more geometry back here, but I'm pushing my million marker and I know that I'm going to do this. Well, just go back to 500,000. We started at 500,000 and now look at this area. Because we've put more geometry in here, it's going to assess that geometry this time when we redecimate. So you can do this in multiple steps. Add the geometry you want, hit this, and you'll get a little softening. But I mean, even if you're printing at 25 microns, this is small, you know, and so if you get a little blur on it, it's not necessarily going to matter. And if that one little chamber is going to matter, just come back in again and put it in. But now you don't have all of this in the algorithm calculation. Now let this process and we'll go to the next step. Come on. There we go. So as you can see, we did lose some surface fidelity, right? But compared to what it was, that's great. And if you go here, you know, because that is small, right? Come out here and decide, is that okay? And I'm going to tell you, that's fine. Because this is going to be printed, molded, or, you know, printed. If you go straight to investment, that's fine. Most people make a production mold if you're going to make more than one. If you're one-offing it, you're not going to lose that. But then it'll go into investment. You'll lose some detail there. So a lot of this stuff will soften out, right? But once again, if that needs to be super tight, we can now come back in there and do the exact same thing. Just add that, go back over it. But see, these are fine. That's fine. You know, these are fine. So if you need that, you can just come back in. And then we'll just be up at 600,000 again. So you can manage where your details are. Well, yeah, no, that's super damn small. But after the decimation, that's where you start to lose detail. So that's something that I always go through. I'll go through that process before I then print. Okay, so we've done that. We'll redecimate back to 500,000 if you need to add more detail, right? I mean, if it's right, I mean, we were at 800,000, we still could have gone back, but let's say I need that tiny detail, you know, right here, so I need to loosen that up, right? You know, let's look at this real quick. We didn't get too much change because this is not a crisp model either. This is, we'll go to the other model and we'll go through the steps again. So now, once again, we check our mesh integrity, watertight, save it, and then we're decimated. We have a watertight model. Check mesh integrity just in case, it's fine. All right, we have a watertight model, and then where's 3D Print Hub? Boop, send to preform, boop, and there we go. So now let's just go through that with this model. No, delete all. This model. No, delete all. This model. Yes. So now we have this model. We have now merged it, right? So now I need to decimate this. So I'm going to drag this up, make it 1,000,000, and I am going to duplicate this. So we have this at, what is it, the 8.5 million polys. We're going to hit this. We're now going to go to 1,000,000 and hit custom. Now, if the stream stalls, it's just because my CPU is working, so we didn't lose it. So we hit custom, and it is now going to take that 8.5 million and decimate it down to 1 million. And you're going to see that's probably not going to be enough. And because of the presets, it only goes to 1,000,000 here. I'm trying to think, I might have, because this is very small and it has a ton of small, I might have had to actually go through the decimation process to make it 2 million or 1.5 million. I can't remember. But this is something that I want him to get the custom presets, so we have a 1 million, a 1.5, and then a 2 million. I'm trying to work on getting, because there's some ceilings that are designed for, you know, much smaller stuff, and sadly, if you're doing something like this, you need that resolution sometimes. All right. Keurigs do not make good coffee. I mean, it's coffee, but ugh, that's not tasty. So I'm about 2 hours south of Seattle, and I'm sure everyone, at least in the States, know that Seattle is really the hub outbreak of the coronavirus. And Shinya is sending me pictures of people in Costco losing their crap. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, it's very serious, but luckily, as of right now, luckily the death rates are in the 2% compared to like 20% that the pandemic of the 1800s was. So it's a little less, you die if you get it. So keep our fingers crossed that Seattle doesn't go down. We're still thinking. It's so funny. My mom's adorable. She's sort of a hypochondriac for me. So I guess a hyperiliac. Like, you know, if there's an earthquake in like, you know, Vancouver, she'll be like, she'll call me and it's like, are you okay? I'm like 6 hours away from that, June, you know, I'm not dead. So if anything happens on anywhere within my big red circle of your area, she freaks out and sends me stuff. It's very, very good humor. And so, of course, she's like, are you going to die of the coronavirus? I'm like, no, I'm on a farm 2.5 hours away from Seattle and an hour away from Portland. So I don't think, and I seriously doubt anyone in Lewis County has been to anywhere near China or anywhere else slightly rednecky. So, yeah. All right. So we now come in here and we're going to go back here to where the smallest detail is. And you can see, honestly, it's pretty awesome. Their algorithms are just super tight. So that went from 8.5 million to 1 million. And now, yeah, let's just bounce between these a little. Let's find some areas that are soft. It's actually pretty darn impressive. Hold on, I'll find something. All right. Are these little hash marks soft? No, they're actually pretty darn good. It's pretty friggin' amazing, actually. I get impressed by this every once in a while where you're just like, holy Hannah, that's amazing. All right, let's see if we can find something where it's obvious. Where there's obvious degradation. Well, that's pretty, that sucks. I'm not getting very good. I mean, the differences are pretty darn tight. I mean, like, even look at this. That's crazy, actually. So this, okay, we'll zoom in really tight so we'll be able to see it. Come on. Where are we? It was up here. What? Stop that. Okay, now you're starting to annoy me. Come on. Oh my God. You can't be lagging. It's an 8 million poly model, you yabry. Okay, hold on. Let's get in here. Are you kidding me? We'll go in here. This guy has some little details. Right, so... Oh, I'm sorry, Andres. Did you... Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, yeah, you can get it. I'm not saying it won't kill people who are sick, but there are a lot of worse things that could be spreading, that's for sure. Hello, Bishal. Yeah, no, this is a wackadoodle ring for sure. So this is it at 8.5 million. This is it at 1 million. What's funny is, in all reality, we actually lose fidelity on the smooth surfaces more so than these. But let's just go in here and work on this, right? You know, these are nice and sharp, right? Little dents. These are nice little dents. And you can see this is a smooth face. Okay, so it's real important because we know that, you know, we're going to see this a lot. This is her husband's, like, favorite toy, whatever. This little area right here, right, let's look at closely. Let's zoom in a little more. Damn it, I didn't say rotate. It gets laggy at this. Well, I guess this isn't my computer at home. I keep forgetting that 8 million might be. I think there's something else going on in the background. It shouldn't lag like that. Okay, so you can see that, you know, these aren't sharp. This isn't sharp right here. We lose a little fidelity. Oh, no. We lose a little fidelity. When we get in this close, you can see where we start to lose fidelity on the face. This stuff isn't clean, right? So now, once again, I'll come back in here. This is our 8.5 million poly. Hold down Control. Tap on the orange square. See, now it's white. That is our history state. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to turn on History Brush. Going to make sure that Sculptris Pro is turned on. Oh, okay. No, you know, if you have something that's all flat surfaces, it doesn't need much detail. The only time that'll come back and haunt you is if you're rendering. Sometimes you will render, you know, these will reflect like facets as opposed to curves. So then you just need to add as much geometry. So really at the end of the day, you only need as much geometry as you need for whatever that surface fidelity is. For rendering, sometimes this stuff shows up, especially, I wonder, no, it's not on this machine. Sorry. I have rendering that I was doing for Astron Orion, and because I was using something that was tarnishing, right? It tarnished all of these. So it literally looked like that. And I'm like, so we had to change it. But that was before this history brush thing, so you can do that. Oh no, that's why I'm here. I'm here to answer questions more than accomplish anything, so don't stress about that. So obviously we need some work here. I've made the 8 million poly model my history state. Come back down here, and then I have that. I have Sculptris Pro on. So I'm gonna just pick a geometry. I don't know what I have. Doesn't really matter at this point. Hold down Shift and just come around and history brush. Sculptris Pro is on. Here's my history state. My history state's there. Come in, hold down Shift. So you can see that that really isn't enough geometry, right? It's not, this is where we were. That's where we want to go. So that's not enough. So I'm going to change my brush size, hold down Shift, come back in, and that's not projecting. What the hell's going on? History, Sculptris. That's weird. Well, you can set under preferences, undo history. You can set max undo history. So, you know, you can set it at, you know, 1400, and then you're just going to lose it at 1400. So here you can also, I think there's a active undo compression. Like you can set it at gigabyte size, and then it'll warn you when deleting. It'll say, hey, I'm deleting this. do you want me to delete it or not? So that's where you would do that. This is really bizarro though. Okay, history. Sculptures Pro is on. Control off, control on. It's white. We're here. And that is so bizarre. I don't know why that's doing that. It's not recalling. It is just project brush, turn that on. I just want to see if project is doing it. See, the project brush is working, so that is so weird. History recall brush. Oh. Turn symmetry off. History. Sculptors Pro. There we go. So you can't use symmetry with your, so you have to make sure to do it on both sides if you need it done on both sides. But as you can see now, it is projecting back to the surface behind it, right? See how that got deeper? Make it a little bigger because this is flat and we don't need it. And you see how it's coming back up to the right. It's no longer facety. And because this is a flat surface, we don't need as much resolution there. Come back in, kind of get this stuff to that size, and you can see what details aren't coming in, right? Let's go down here. And I tend to do it in steps because there's not just one, because some places don't need as much as others. So now I'm going to make my brush a little smaller. Come back in here and sharpen that up. Come back in here and sharpen this up. One more time, a little smaller. Come back in and sharpen that up. And then we can go down these cracks and these will sharpen up. Right? And you can see you can come in and you just come back in and creep around where it's needed. Right? And now we've gone to 1.19 million. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, like I said, this was meant as a printing test. This ring was a printing test. So it has a lot of little details. Most people aren't going to have this many tiny lines on a piece. So, and to be deadly honest, I mean, I would argue we probably didn't even need to do that because look at how tight this stuff is. It's really quite impressive. Because I assure you, this was hundreds of millions of polys when because each one of these was probably 15 million a piece. So I could get, you know, my nice, everything's super sharp and clean. You can see we could probably use a little in there. Sharpen that up a little. But you can see you just come in and hit the places that are soft where you think you need it. And now you've salvaged your print size, and you know you have a print. Now analyze, not watertight. Okay, good. So we're not watertight. So 2 things to check. First of all, cancel, you don't need that. 2 things to check. Auto group. Hold down Control Shift and tap. And you see how we have delete and split hidden as an option here. So we go split hidden. And you'll see that this is all this weird crap, which is just residue that was left in when I booleaned all that together. Right? So now let's come back here. Check watertight now. Analyze, select subtool. Not watertight. Okay. That's fine. Sometimes it's just the noise. Now, tap close holes. It's thinking. There we go. Analyze selected subtool. Boop. Boop. Not watertight. And see, this is where you may have to Dynamesh, because you have to understand each one of these pieces, right? Each one of these pieces was separate. So jamming all this into one part, you come up with all kinds of weird surface issues. Like there could be like something that's up and under, and these things get weird. But we're down to 1 million polys. We can Dynamesh at this count and we'll be fine. So let's just do check mesh integrity. 9 edges shared by more than 2. Fix mesh. Did that say fix mesh complete? Mesh integrity completed. Close holes. Now do it. Not watertight. So I remember having this problem with this model. That's why I picked it. So now what do? You have a model that's not watertight. All right. No big deal. We come in. And I will almost always duplicate something before I do something melodramatic to it. So duplicate. I'm now going to go gizmo. Yeah, actually, let's do it down here. So there's, because I want this to be more than 1.2 million. So there's the plugin Dynamesh Master, which everyone should download because it's awesome. Right here you can see you can choose the poly count. I'm going to go 2 million. Okay, so now I'm Dynameshing this at 2 million. So I have almost 1 million polygons more because I don't want the Dynamesh to soften our model. So Dynamesh 2 million, it doesn't always come out that way. It'll come out to like 1.8 or 1.7, or it figures out how much geometry it needs to get everything close. Well, it is. Well, it's not really dangerous. It's just now you can see why we don't Dynamesh things like that, right? Look, everything's super soft. Check mesh integrity. Fix mesh. Close holes. So now we're just making sure our mesh is fucker. I remember this problem with this model. I didn't remember it being this big a pain in the butt. So you're like, well, crap. What do? I can't get my model to, I can't get my model watertight. And I wish I could remember. I figured out what it was and I can't remember what it is now. Well, that is, yeah, you can, the Boolean often does that. But this was all Boolean together. This is a super complex model as far as parts go. I mean, like literally this model was probably like 150 million polys. Well, we can try that though. Let's go here. I wonder if this will. So probably what he did, if I'm not mistaken, was come in here, remesh by union. And that's just Boolean union. Remesh by union's Boolean union. And once again, this is not changing your geometry, right? Several warnings reported. Okay, that's okay, because what that is going to show us, make sure to accept, come on, accept. Let's bring this down here. Let's do, no, it's fine. I need to delete that. And seriously, most of you are never going to deal with these issues this badly. I have all these like grooves cut back here, and these are all punched through and stuff. So I have all these interchanging surfaces that just become, this ring was a nightmare. But it was actually technically devised to be a nightmare because I was testing Formlabs. So we just did that. Let's check mesh. Oh, remember, so you saw that it said that it had errors. This is where auto group, Control Shift, tap your surface, split hidden. Now I just delete it, but you can see that now from that Boolean, we have a whole different set of issues. But this is starting to show you where things are overlapping and being bizarro. Now, I normally won't split that. I'll just delete hidden, but you can split it if you want to look at it, if you're uncomfortable with that. Delete that. Okie dokie. Come back to this. Check mesh integrity. That's good. Just tap close holes just because. Did it close holes? All right. And now, see, still not watertight. So, so Brian, what he did was remesh by union. 99.9% of the time, you will not have this problem. But I want to show you that there are ways of getting around it. Pain in the butt, but it works, right? So now I'm like, well, what the hell? I'm like, okay, now I'm kind of screwed. I've just done this a few times. I'm going to go back and close holes again. We're going to check mesh integrity again. Oh, now we have 19 shared. So by closing holes and pushing it a few times, you see how it's given us this. And now fix mesh. And it really is, it's not, I'm not hunting here, like I'm not lost. Literally, this is what you have to go through sometimes. On it, and like I said, this is the most extreme you'll ever run into. Just close holes again. You notice it's thinking a lot farther this time. Boom. Check mesh integrity. 15 edges. Fix mesh. So you see what it's doing. I have very weird overlaying surfaces that either we get rid of the edges that are overlapping, or it creates holes. So mesh. Now I'm not going to close holes this time. Let's see if it, see, error. We ran it through an analysis and we figured out where it was. So basically the problem with this model is that I've decimated this down to 1.2 million polys, okay? So somewhere, it was like up in here, somewhere to get it closed and retain that geometry, like if I kick this up to like 2 million polys, chances are we wouldn't go back and forth with this. But what the problem is this, is that how the algorithm is trying to get these surfaces to work, there's not enough geometry. So it'll stretch between 2 points and you get overlapping things. So it's like, oh, that's a failure. So it's like, oh, we'll fix it. What fixes it? And it leaves little holes. So now you close the hole and then you have overlapping surfaces. So it's sort of this back and forth thing. It's a nightmare. No. Don't use, no. Come in here, go into your gizmo. Come in here and remesh by union. Remesh by union is Boolean mesh by union. Okay? So remesh by union. And now it is looking for noise shells, and it's going to try to Boolean them out. Right? And maybe running remesh by union again fixes it. But like I said, this one had some very weird problems. And so now we'll accept that. Get metal price. See, it just does not want to work. So what I did, came back in here, Z-remesher. I just kicked this up to like 30,000 polys. Z-remesh, keep crease, detect edges. I don't think I need detect edges on this one because I don't need poly groups sorted out, so I don't want it thinking about that. Freeze borders, fine. We don't have any groups. Keep creases. We don't have any creases. So I'm just going to Z-remesh this at 31,000 polys. Z-remesh. And now what this does is that this now gives us a quad shell that is closed. So when we go to redecimate it, we no longer, it's eliminating, right? And on this, I would definitely, I didn't put symmetry on, I would definitely turn symmetry on. Because if you're doing something like this and Z-remeshing it, you don't want weird crossovers over the center here. If you Z-remesh with symmetry on, it will split the model and it will be perfectly symmetrical. So we do this. We're then going to go and reproject back. I know this is arduous, but you will eventually have a model that you cannot get to close. Yeah, that has to be before Gizmo, because that's now a one button process. Because if you're Boolean unioning, that's what remesh by union is. And those Gizmo tools probably weren't there when he made that video, would be my guess, because that's the exact same process. You're just remeshing by Boolean, right? And the thing is that sometimes on the live Boolean, if there is not a different floater, you can't live Boolean one object. You need a couple objects, right? You need two objects. So, and I don't know if that's like now that isn't an issue, but before it had to have remeshing error occurred. What the hell? I wonder if, and so then once you get this to a quad model, you reproject, right? Because once you Booleaned all these things together, it's not a shell, right? It's all this intersecting geometry, and that intersecting geometry gets wacky. And sometimes you have to go back to a clean shell, reproject, and then do everything from there again. And sometimes, like after this model, I knew that this is an issue. So sometimes what I'll do is if I know that I have, what is this? This is, let's just count the front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And they're probably, the back ones were all done in different pieces. So, there's at least 80 pieces that I'm merging into one part. The two eyes were separate pieces. I will union mesh them, and then right there at that point, I will Z remesh and then project, history project. I'm trying to show you that, but for some reason, seriously, this took me like a day to figure out because I couldn't get it. It was a nightmare. Hi, Zebra. Oh no, that's my my King Neptune. That was last week. See? Hold on. Neptune and the fish. The week before that, I had big wings. You're the first person to comment on it. It's funny. I draw pictures behind me all the time. That was the first person that commented. Well, Kyle noticed it and laughed, but you were the first person to actually comment on it in the stream. Hey, Raytheon, how's it going? I'm doing pretty darn good, considering. We have to have a short stream tonight. I have to end by 3:30, so... error remeshing. What the hell? So you see what I mean? We start to have these problems. So this is where I dynameshed, right? Get my dynamesh closed up. And see, once again, this is where it is just a nightmare. I couldn't get it to work. So what we do, we come in, I just dynamesh at a lower level. And I'm not too stressed about losing the detail here. So what I had to do is I dynameshed, got most of the detail there. And is there smooth on here? Yes, smoothness. And I kicked up my smoothness, redynameshed. Now, you have to accept that. There we go. So now I have this smoothed out version, right? Why are you not? Something is weird and damn laggy with this machine. All right. And so now I'm just going to come in here with Sculptris Pro turned on. I'm just pick any tool, doesn't matter. Clay tubes. Kick this up a little. Turn on shift. Anywhere these pinches. And hold on, let's go to smooth. Minimum connection point is 1. And I'm just going to come back over these and tap these over, okay? Right, because those are weird little things that can come back and haunt you. So now my main goal is to get a base mesh that is solid. Remesh by Dynamesh. Often instead of screwing with it, sometimes it's just easier to re-dynamesh. The thing about dynameshing that you have to remember, and I don't know if we did it, push accept, go back in, remesh by dynamesh, do it again, and you can see how the mesh homogenizes a little bit more each time, right? There we go. So now I know that I have a solid mesh. Like I said, sometimes when you know you're going to have a problematic model, this is how you go about it. Now, I won't leave this with Dynamesh. I want a good, clean quad mesh at this point because we have to remesh this model to get it to be printable. Like I said, this model is a very rare case of there being something just wackadoodle with it. And so now turn on symmetry. I want X symmetry. We're going to get rid of gizmo here and let's turn this on so we can actually see something. Let's turn line is on. I'm going to make it actually lower so I can get a few subdivision levels in there. Remesh. Yeah. The first time we had wings, and now we have a sea theme. Here, you can see that there are more fish up there. Yeah. This is what happens when you get someone. All right. So now let's look and see if there's any wonky geometry. And let's say I know that there's going to be something here on this point that's not perfectly square. This actually did pretty good, but sometimes you get like weird, let's say you get a weird star shape here because it's trying to get geometry where there is none. So really often all you do is hit ZBrush again and see how it really cleaned that mesh up. Now it made it softer, but that's okay because we are, now the teeth is a pain in the butt. But now we know that we have a clean model. I will divide it up. Let's get it in that. Let's go a little lower. Fine. Make sure that our history state is still there. It is. You come in, project history. Now we're going to have to go back in and fuddle with this a little because I softened this dramatically. But sometimes you have to. I mean, that's all there is to it because this is now a shell, right? And if you're having big problems with your model, just ZBrush it. Now, the thing that I would have done, knowing what I know now, is I would have done this after the first Boolean. So I know that I have a clean shell. After each one, I would spend the time and actually go in and make sure that I had everything I needed. So here we are missing, right? You can see that it's there. A lot of people increase their projection difference. I'd say you can increase it between 2 and like 7. And after that, you're going to run into a lot of very weird problems. And here, we just come back in, and I'm just going to brush this up and kind of close. Here, up and kind of close, fill those in. There's a little, do you see what I'm looking at here? Right? This is low. Oops. I don't know what I just did there. Did I go back up to 1,000,000? No. So now I'm going to divide. No. Just go to higher res. And now we're at 1,000,000. And this should be more than enough to get us in the right range. Come on. I don't know why this is so laggy. This is one of the few times I will use clay buildup because I'm just trying to get this stuff close to the surface, right? You can see your transparency there. That's the edge that we're trying to get up to. You can see there's just not enough geometry right here. Here, let's turn this off so you can see the blue. It's a little clearer there. There we go. Come in, get your geometry kind of up where it needs to be. The teeth are going to be wonky, so we're going to have to go deal with the teeth a little. If it comes up too far, just smooth it back down, right? Too far, back down. This might seem like a pain in the butt, but like I said, 99.9% of the time, you are never going to have this big of a problem with a model. This is like really worst case scenario. Let's get down here to the teeth. It's got to be something with the streaming because this is lagging horribly. You can see right here that didn't go down far enough, so let's sculpt that in. Right? You can see we're missing a big part here. But not on that side. That's interesting. turn symmetry off. And then smooth it back down sort of into range. You can see our teeth are a big problem because I had reduced that down to, you know, almost nothing. Now here, because I don't want my geometry to get too super stretchy, I'm going to lower my res pretty dramatically. And I'm going to use move elastic, turn symmetry back on, and we're going to drag these sort of down because I don't want this to get super stretched out, because that will become a nightmare to deal with. It's easier to go back than up with the teeth. It's interesting, these are not symmetrical. Leave it to me. We're just going to get this kind of up in our area. Relax them or smooth them. So whenever you relax, okay, so another thing to think about here, let's turn this off. Whenever you're doing any of this, let's get our thing, right? So as we're moving things, you see that we're distorting the geometry, right? So when you're moving, it's often better to come back in and hit shift, and you can see that it's relaxing everything kind of back to even squares. That's better for you while sculpting, while all of this. You can see right here that didn't go back far enough. Smooth that down. This needs to come back out. You start to recognize whether it's above or below your point, right? You can see that obviously this didn't project far enough, so that needs to be filled in. Smooth it. Smooth. That didn't come far enough up. Fill that in some. And it does seem like the answer is to just increase your projection distance. That is a dangerous move, because you wind up with weird overlapping surfaces that then come back haunt you. You don't know where they are, and then you have to go through all this again because you have no idea what's going on. All right, so that's close enough to spit on. All right, there's that. All right, I think that's close. Okay, hold on. Yeah, hair. Hello, morning. How are you? Stream's a little, yeah, for some reason when I'm doing that it's lagging out, and I don't know, tonight it's a little weird. Decoder, the video is something really heavy. Your CPU ZBrush also. Oh, so the video decoder. So it's because I'm streaming. Both of them are taking up CPU, and this isn't the fastest machine in the world. There's our problem, I guess. Yeah, this is my portable rig. I don't have two PCs to carry around with me. I'm sorry, guys, that it's lagging so bad. And really, it's funny because it's a lot of the time it's when I'm moving, like zooming in and out and panning, is where it really hits. All right, so now we turn this back on. Come in here, and I'm just gonna play build up, because build up is much more aggressive than clay tubes. This is the only problem when you get this far and things are not symmetrical. It's okay. All right. That's fine. High res, high res, high res. You can see that's below the surface. We're just going to tap that up. All right. And now we're going to project history. And then we're just going to go through the steps again. Right? But we know we have a clean shell, not that amalgamated wonky donk that it was before. Well, thank you, Edit. Now, this was a pretty good piece. I was working on it, and then Formlabs had a New York Fashion Week. I think it was last year. It was either last year or a year before. Might have been the year before last. They had New York Fashion Week, and they had a display thing, so I built this model for them. Because this really is a show-off model. If you can print this, you're killing it. And so, here, let me see if I can find a picture of it. It might. They sent me a picture. Moonchan. Yeah. Well, it was part of this show. They showed it again, but right. So you're most of the way there. You then can come back in, reproject, go through it. This was a nightmare. Now let's go back to this guy. You can see even this was like done in 3 parts. I'm just wondering if I have the... Oh, symmetry. No, this is saving every 20 minutes too, isn't it? Well, it's choking through that. Let's go back here. No, I want Dropbox. Let's see if we can get some of that. Interesting. Depending on which one you click, they come in differently. There it is. Huh, that's interesting. He said he uploaded stuff here. I wonder if he let's download that. Come on, open. I don't know. We were going to work on something else, but Yeah, this model, I forgot exactly how melodramatic it was to fix. See, look at how many holes it's filling from that check mesh. Yeah. I had to completely redo this one. I mean, remesh it. Let's go to something that is not quite that melodramatic. Yeah, this is everybody else's work. That's from the last critique. I thought I had... Oh. Are we back? Did I lose everyone? I seem to have lost myself. Can you see me? Can you guys see me? Or is that just my Twitch isn't... Did I lose everyone? No, there I am. Okay. All right. Okay, so... And now Wacom. This is really funny. So you have to open the Wacom window. Now you notice it's open. Hit Wacom window. And now I just hit it here and now it comes back. When this window's open. Wackiness. And so that's another reason that I really stay tight with the quad models. And then, but here I wanted to show you a simple illustration of why the geometry is weird, right? So I'm going to duplicate this, lower res, no, higher res. Where's my duplication? There we are. We're going to drag this down here real quick. Lower res. That's a low res and it's okay. Well, here. Now, how do I get rid of that one? What the hell's that? I have no idea. That's obviously a Wacom thing, but I have no clue as to what button that is. Oh my god. On-screen control. On-screen control. Do you see zoom? All right, see, so display polygon. Percent on screen. It's gonna be one of those nights, isn't it? Okay, well, I have no idea how to get rid of this little zoom window. I know. One of those nights. Yeah, it is a big delay, isn't it? All right. Do you think there's a setting in OBS that I have set wrong? It says it's using 16%, 6,200 kilobytes. I'm not seeing lag error. Oh, there was a big jump there, wasn't there? Well, it's so exciting that everyone's leaving. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I don't know how to get rid of that window. Sometimes when you're sloppy with your buttons, this thing gets weirder in hell. I don't know. Yeah, look at that. I'm not doing anything and it's still thinking. Could my stream setting be off? All right, well, now I don't even know what the hell we were doing. I'm all confused. We'll just go back to trippy mushrooms, I guess. I don't even know what to say. That was tragic. I got this stupid window right here that's all in my way. It's a Wacom window, and I have no idea how to get rid of it. And now we're completely doing that. Preferences. Quick save, well, every 40 minutes. So that means it's not saving too much. I'm just wasting a ton of time. Sorry, kind and gentle folk. I assume that people can see me and we're still streaming. Oh my God, that is very long delay. Holy Hannah. I don't even know what to say anymore. If anyone has any ideas, I'd be more than willing to listen. But which one? See, I have mine set up all custom. On-screen controls. Look here. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go to EK Remote. And I am going to go express keys. Oh, precision mode, you sneaky bastard. Nope, see, that's precision mode. Now what the hell is that? Mouse tray. Oh, I see what it is. It's not. It's this bugger right here. Bastards. I have too many little things on. That's a new program for me, so I didn't recognize it. Oh my God. Absurdity at its finest, right here. 16 years and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, I know. I don't hear anything out of you. Nothing. Don't make me challenge you to a sculpt off. I know what's going through your minds. Yeah. It's so painful. Come on. And here it is when we are doing high res and we want to get rid of geometry. Shloop. Lower res. High res. Man, we are just lag-a-muffin. See you later, Andres. Hopefully we'll see you next week. Wow. That's painful. We lost a lot of viewers with me struggling around with that. Sorry, Pixologic. They're like, Jesus, dude, everybody else just makes stuff and you just sit around, talk, and screw things up. Painful, painful, painful. All right. So if anyone else has any other questions, hopefully that answered your question, Brian. I have no idea anymore. I assume I answered some of that. And then we got convoluted, and I wanted to show you how problematic a model can be, and then it became very problematic. In that model, I'll tell you what, because we I was traveling and I can't even remember where we were, so I couldn't work on the model that much to get it tuned up, and I was trying to decimate it, and I didn't have my computer, and so their computer kept just choking out and dying, and they needed it for the show, you know, so I didn't have a ton of time to get it done, and oh my God, that was a nightmare. But we got it done, and it was in the show, and it looks great. I mean, the part looks great. But process can be a nightmare. Does anyone have any questions or issues they'd like to go over? I'm more than happy to do so with you. Normally my demos aren't that long, arduous, and technically nightmare-y, but I'm here for you, so just yell. These are mushroom buttons for this line I'm working on. I will, I thought I would be able to download stuff from Dropbox before we started, but I ran a little late coming in, so I didn't get the stuff I wanted pulled down from Dropbox. So, well, I just didn't see it. I just tried to do it again just now. I might look in the email and reread it and see if he made a new Dropbox, but these are sort of kind of retro 60s, you know, smiley faces and mushrooms and, you know, that sort of hippity-bidippity thing. And we're doing a denim line, and we've changed the direction of it a few times, and I guess now we're going a little bit more, you know, SoCal 60s hippie scene. I often feel like that a T-Rex is eating my head, honestly. So yeah, I'm right there. Oh my god. It's funny, I had an odd I don't know what people are a young Chinese man who, well, I say young, I assume he's young. A Chinese gentleman sent me a Facebook message, and he was asking if I carried, I can't even remember who it was, this guy's Tyrannosaurus rings or Tyrannosaurus statues. And I'm just like, I don't know where anyone would get the idea that like I carry other people's like artwork, not even jewelry, just art. My friend David Krentz does some spectacular dinosaur sculptures, so I don't know if I was like referenced in something, or I don't know. I was like, no, but I know David Krentz. I bet I could get you a dinosaur if you needed one. I can put you in touch with him. Social media is so funny. Kind of makes me crazy. I suck at it really bad. It's funny, you're like, how can you suck at something? I do. Well, I was going to say something so obvious as post pictures, people follow. That's not how it works at all, sadly. And goodness gracious, trying to figure out how to get a selling point on Instagram where you can list your little things. You actually have to start on Facebook, and it's just like, Facebook. Facebook's the devil. Hello, kind and gentle folk. I see a number of people just came in. If anyone has any questions about ZBrush or any particular techniques, especially targeted towards manufacturing, I'm here for you, and I promise to try to make it better than the last answer. Yeah, no, Pixologic has done a fantastic job of getting a broad spectrum of artists here, yeah, they're pretty amazing, honestly. A lot of people are like, oh, you know, if you don't get paid, why are you streaming for Pixologic? It's like, because we love the company. They're awesome people. I'm just like, I have allergies, so I'm always like, doing this, and everyone, I'm like just coronavirus bound. Like they're like, don't touch your face. I'm like, yeah, I don't even get it. I mean, I'll admit, since I started streaming or really posting on it. I mean, I'd had it for a year or so, but I didn't. I mean, the only time I ever remembered to post anything was when I was leaving on trips, and then that turned into me posting pictures of my feet at various airports around the world. And that was just not very compelling Instagramming, I guess. But so Thanksgiving, I really took a concerted effort to start posting. And I can't remember how many I had before the stream, before I started posting regularly and concertedly, my art. But now, I mean, I think I was around 1,500. And now, what do we have? 3,053 people. So, I mean, I definitely have added 1,000 people since, at least 1,000 people since Thanksgiving. So I guess that's not that bad. But I've been posting primarily work, And I'm working with Columbia Gym House, and we're going to start making some pieces that are expressly for Instagram, and so we'll sell them through Instagram. But like I said, trying to get it to where you can actually get it sort of like a shop where it lists the prices and stuff. It has to be tied through you have to have a store on Facebook or something. Someone's going to explain it to me, because I'm just like, I have no damn clue what the hell's going on here. Oops, I'm not supposed to cuss, but that's what happens with social media. It makes me insane. Well, I should have prints, but my printer ate it this week, so it might be a few weeks until I have the printer situation sorted out. It's really distressing, because I own 3 Formlabs, technically 4, but one's very far away. I have one in Spain and here and blah blah blah, but none of that means anything because I'm not anywhere near my printers at the moment, and so the one at the house was really important, but it pooped out on me. Well, it's not true. I had a friend of mine was supposed to change one of the tanks for me, and he completely mangled the pins. And now, knowing kind of what a malicious prick he is, I have an odd feeling he did it intentionally. And I know that sounds paranoid, but he turned out to be a very, let's just say it was, when I saw him at the ZBrush Summit, it took some effort not to go over and poke him in the eye. But I'm an adult. I just smiled and nodded. But now that I know that he trashed my printer, that it's pretty hard to do what happened, so I have an odd feeling it was actually intentional. See, you try to be nice to people and look what happens. Yeah, sadly, so there are 3 pins that register what the tank is. And I swear to God, it looks like he took pliers to him. He just mangled them. So I sort of stretched them out, and they worked for a long time. Last week, it's just not registering the tank. And you can go on open, which doesn't use the heater or the swiper, but with some of the technical stuff, it needs to be mixed constantly, and if that swiper is not swiping, it starts to separate during the print. So I'm kind of hosed on that one. It's not the best thing, but I only discovered that at the end of last week, and so there are a few options. I need to talk to Formlabs, and I'll have a printer again here soon. But yeah, the other printers are working fine over a longer period of time, so it's not them. It was this gentleman who decided that he, yeah, whatever. I don't even need to discuss him. It's aggravating. Boop. Trippy mushroom button. We should make it a fly scare, because most people can't identify their trippy mushrooms. No, that's the problem with it. The pins are hard, are soldered to the board. It's not like just something that can pop out. It's actually soldered to the board. So, I mean, I would have to, it's way out of warranty at this point. So, you know, it just comes down to, it's like a $860 repair or something. And if you just, if I just trade it in for like upgrade, you know, I think they'll give me like $800 for, like, give everyone like $800 for the trade-in. And I have some, you know, some referencing monies and stuff, and I think I can just work it out where I just get a Form 3 or a refurb Form 2. I mean, at this point, I don't care. I just need to be printing. That is, it's too round for a fly ash carrot. The flick pattern's wrong. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. I wasn't really prepared to work on this one right now, but oops. Come on. One more. You can do it. There you are. Yeah, no, it's a Form 2. And it's one of my older ones, so it's been around for a few years. So it's not really a, you know, the warranty on it's toast. And, you know, the concept of spending $100 to get an old printer repaired when I can just put that $800 to getting a new printer, it only makes sense to do it that way. But I'm prototyping a new line, and I can't be without my printer, so we'll sort something out here in the next week or so. We will figure something out, I am sure. Formlabs is a good group of people. They make a great printer. They're fairly good to me. I have no complaints, so we'll see what happens. Come on. So, Oil, have you been streaming much recently? actually, you know what? Let us see. We can go over that. That could be interesting, I guess. I don't know. That whole laggy weirdness kind of, if I get out of rhythm, I get weird. Import, boop. Downloads, boop. Let's do, which one is this? Okay. This is a good one, actually. So we're taking this line and we're kind of simplifying it. And we're also making things smaller. What is this? 49. So let's take this to 30. Resize subtool, boop. Right. And so we're going to simplify these. So I'm going to work on this a little. Once again, if there's anyone out there who has any questions whatsoever, please feel free to ask. Right? So first thing we're going to do is we're going to Z-remesh this, detect edges. It might be symmetrical. Let's try keep symmetry. Well, that's not symmetrical, but that's okay because we're getting rid of that. So turn symmetry on, X. Yeah, I'll tell you what, because I mean, you know, it's hit us in Seattle the hardest as far as I can tell, you know. And once they, I mean, because we have that whole retirement home just got nailed. So I think, and they're talking about they've only been testing like the last few days 100 people a day. When they start testing a lot more, we're going to find a lot more people up here have it. But luckily, you know, we only have a 2% death rate from it, so it's not, you know, it may be pandemic. I mean, right now, but I'm a little optimistic about it in the sense of, you know, but yesterday there was 1 person dead. Today there are 6 people dead. So it's real, you know, it's no joke. But, you know, the pandemic and at the turn of the century, I think that was a 20 or 23% death rate from it. I mean, that would get you. I know, you and me both. My mom was like, she sent me, I said earlier, my mom's totally a hypochondriac for me. And how would you say it? Like if there's an earthquake within, you know, America, she'll be like, did you get an earthquake? And I know earthquake things come from when I lived in LA, because I lived in LA, was visiting San Francisco when the San Francisco quake hit. I was living in San Francisco, visiting LA when the LA quake hit. I was living in LA and visiting Mexico City when the Mexico City quake hit. So for a while there, if I was visiting your town, there was a pretty good chance that the earthquake was going to get you. So my mom got super paranoid about earthquakes, but now she's just like, you know, there's a tornado in like Idaho, and she's like, were you affected by the tornado? I'm like, that's 3 states away. No, I wasn't affected by the tornado. And that's my mom. I mean, it's really adorable and sweet, but at the same time, I think, was this on, let's all keep our fingers crossed and say this was on a 3 radius. That would be really nice. Nope. No, hold on. X. Let's get this to the center. It might be home. Q. X. Close enough for me to do it this way. Yay. But my mom texted me, was like, this was the few times I'm actually happy you're recluse. I'm like, great. So as you can see, I'm going through, and so we're keeping the forms but we're simplifying. So this is something that a lot of new jewelers do, and they kind of get themselves into it when they design new line parts or parts for a new line. Basically, it becomes super complicated because you have a mood and a feel that people have been attracted to you for, but then you come back and you design an entirely new line, and it's entirely new, and it's sort of sending mixed messages. Or, well, think about it this way: you go to a very good steakhouse and you get, a choice of a handful of different cuts of beef, and then you have like 5 different sides. Well, you're going in because you want something. You know that you like steak, so I'm going to the steakhouse. Well, we know we like your jewelry, but now I come in and now it's, Art Deco stuff. And, oh, it's also this. It's also that. And it becomes a Denny's menu. And, there are those restaurants that literally have spaghetti, udon noodles, ham sandwich. How do you ever decide what you want at that point? It's kind of silly. So that's what happens with jewelry designers often, is that I can't say what I normally call it. But, so you have to kind of think about how you actually want to deal and retain clients. And that's what we're sort of in the process of doing with Astrid Orion, is trying to figure out. She's been doing a lot of the marketing stuff because I've been on other projects. I'm not really, the whole point was I design the work and then she sells it. And so it's been an interesting thing. But so now we need new pieces. And initially she wanted big earrings, and that was fine and it works. But what's really funny, we're in the Pacific Northwest. So, it's sweater weather a lot of the year. You have big earrings. They hit and they hook and they become, you don't wear a scarf with big earrings. And basically all we had was big earrings, and people love the shapes. But, it's like they don't love the wearing issues. And, and I'm not saying they don't, but it's not, you're not going to make a career on selling big earrings only. So we're sticking with the style, but we're doing a few things to change them. So I'm going to do these where they have less detail, and we've made them smaller with less surface detail. And so they'll be, less noisy, and, they should, where it's the same vocabulary. So it's not a dramatic change. It just becomes things that are similar flavor, but different sizes and answers to some of the wearability issues that have come up. So we're going to try that before we go completely redesigning everything. So that's what we're doing today. Well, so basically, if it has to be a certain scale, I have an entire library of screws, right? So I would say the easiest thing for you to do is to go online, because trying to make, like, I don't know what the thread, it's really like only 3 turns, right? So how do you get it right? You can sit there and futz with it, but honestly at this point, if you do STL-OBJ scale bottle, like a Coke bottle, and I'm sure you can find one that's free, that's the right threads, right? And I would use that as your base, is the easiest way to do that. Or you take, I don't have one on me, so let's do just bottle top, Coca-Cola bottle. Let's, so you can see that there are a bunch of bottle tops there. And if you find one that's the right thread count to begin with, you know, just download it for whatever it is, $1 or $2, and do it that way. Because then if you know that that bottle is to scale, it's just super easy. Now you can you know, if I were doing it from scratch, I would start here. How many dents does a Coke bottle have? Where is... Well, I would just actually... All right, so start with the image of a Coke bottle top. So let's go to a quarter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. So there are 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Let's... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 21 might be our number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it looks like 21's our number. So come in here. Get this to be your numbers right down here. So 21, we want 20, we need 42. Right, so now, thing is that these are not even, so you might have to go and slide them, but we'll start for here. Get it's roughly the height. Actually, it's probably a little taller than that, isn't it? I wonder if there is Coke bottle top schematic. Not gonna be that easy, is it? The joy of branded stuff. Oh, it's Pinterest. Pinterest has destroyed image searching. It's really frustrating. No, it's not going to give it to us. Let's do beer bottle cap. Often you can just type in schematic. You know, the other way is patent. Boop. If you look up the patent drawings, often you'll get your thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay. So that's a 24-point crimp. I don't know if it's different or not, but that's giving us our relative height there. So we're going to go boop. I'd go ahead and make, let's slide this down. Oops, wrong one. Slide, edge loop complete. Give all of this a little W center. Let's bring it down. Make it a little bigger. And then give yourself the flare. Go back to that. I'd go ahead and bevel this edge now. Just so you have guidelines. Right. Yeah, I could do that. Give me a second. Yeah, there's a helix. It's down here in initialize. Oh, you have to have, see, this is where you have to have a different primitive. There's a spiral. You can also do your spiral and just pull it up. But, and now I would just do this. So let us take crease, boop, crease edge. I bet I don't have edge loop complete, boop, because we want that to stay flared. Divide this up. What are we at? I'm not worried about the wall thickness on the inside yet. We will make a plug for it, and then we'll just boolean it out. So did I make that 21? So it's 42. We'll make it 21. X, we need to do Y. Is that front? No, that's top. Okay, so we need YR21. And turn crease off. Go back to this, hit that. Well, you can just do it here. Uncrease all. And now I would start with, let's do move elastic. Z maybe? All right. Get it here. We're just gonna pull these in. Push that, oops, sorry. Push that out so you have the rough shape. And now that, and go back play tubes and Control W, get everyone the same, get out of there. I would use clay tubes or form brush and make the focus soft. Come in here, let's get it to where it's center one, that's the center. Start there, hold down shift because that's going to do straight. All right, and now do the same thing, negative. Boom. I think it started in here, didn't it? Yeah. So now you have your rough form, lower res, smooth this up, smooth that up. Might have want to keep the crease on for a little bit longer, but I'm not going to stress too much about that. High res. High res. Come back, get your silhouette right. Actually, it stayed pretty close. You can take slide out here and get, because it's a little heavier belly than that. It's more like that, I think. Smooth it in. And you can tune that up as much as you want. right? And then I would duplicate that, take this back, undo it back. Before the scoops. No. See, the question is at this point whether you're going to go back and hand cut that out. So I would come back to here. Before we did our taper, there we go. Because you're really dealing with the bottle top at this point. Get it down here. Come to the top and kind of determine what you want your wall thickness to be, right? And now this is going to, oh, nope, turn that off. We need to go back to here, come there, turn X off, delete that. Insert. And now we want to insert one here. You'd take a measurement, obviously, to figure out your wall, the thickness of your glass bottle. But this is a cutting tool, it's not the bottle. So we are not going to put that, we're not going to drag that down. Oop. Bevel. And now you're going to take this, get it down, divide. Crease. Edge look complete. Crease that edge. Divide, divide, divide. You know what? We probably want to crease that edge, the first one. Divide, divide, uncrease. Oh, no, it's not going to let us do that. Let's divide it one more time. Uncrease all. Divide, 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 divide. That's fine. So now you have your bottle shape, and then I would make the shape of your thread, and I'd probably just do it in a curve, but here we'll just do it this way so we can kind of look at it. We made our wall thickness, right? So now turn symmetry on. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's a 3 thread. I could be wrong about that, but and it's pretty easy to figure out your angle. I would obviously do it a little bit more exacting than this, but it'll give you the idea of sort of what we're heading for here, right? Turn on Lazy Nazumi. Control 1. Where's my preset toolbar? Where are you? There you are. Get a straight line. And I mean, you can go off an image and actually get the angle of this pretty easy. Is that? Why isn't it? Oh, because I'm silly and that's the wrong tool. Yeah. Get your angle on the thread. And then you can, hold on, let's undo that a couple times. Divide, 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 divide. And you can make a brush that's a thread or apply it with a curve. Let's get our focal shift sharp again. Kick this up from 3. Turn that back on. And you can get your thread sorted out. And once again, I'm not doing this super tight, but it'll give you the idea. Hit that. Now you have your bottle with the thread. It doesn't go all the way up. You then have to come back down here. I know these are ugly, but bear with me. Turn that off. Turn that up. SK trim. Smooth that out. And so now you have that. Come back in here. Turn symmetry off. Come on. This isn't hard. And crash ZBrush. So those are peel off tops, but you know, you can literally just get a picture of it from the side and you can replicate the angle. And as long as you're a little more careful than I just was, it can, you know, it'll hold in there. Let's see. Nope. Did not recover. Let's see. But did that make sense? Maybe. And then I would just take that, use it as a Boolean cutter, and clean up. Now, real screws, you probably want one cutter that goes all the way to a point or has a little square tip. But the threads should have rounded off tip. They don't. A lot of people, when they try to do printed screws, they have screws that have really sharp edges, like metal ones, or like, you know. And the problem is they don't go in. You need to have a little room and knock the tip off that thread. So as it goes in, it's not getting trapped in that V, but it's sitting out here and it has room to turn. Yeah. Or you can go anywhere. I mean, like if the precision of it doesn't matter, you can go anywhere and do a, like here, let's go to GrabCAD, I guess. I think they have stuff. Right, and you can find something like, how convenient. You can find something like this, and that is the nut, right? And then, oh, actually, this is a pretty good example of what I was talking about. That you see how you don't want them to be perfectly pointed to one another. It has to have threads. But download this, download the nut, and then just cut that out and use the threads of something that, because these are all done in CAD programs, I think, right? What is this? Oh, it's nice. They actually have STLs. Normally these are done, a lot of the machiny stuff is done in like AutoCAD. They have thread builders and stuff. And that would be a nice thing to have as a thread builder for ZBrush. But here, let's see, bolt. That's not how you spell bolt, is it? So a lot of these services, you know, so if you are worried about like fitting and stuff, a lot of these are done in CAD programs, so they're actually designed to work. And then let's see, you see what I mean? So they actually have, like in the CAD programs, they actually have thread builders. And so these are definitely, but you see what I mean? See how it has a flat edge there instead of the points? So these are designed to work. And you can cut out the center and cut that out and just apply it to your model. And if you don't want to sit there and figure it out, that's probably an easy way, is just to download. And a lot of these things are free, and this is a step in Aegis file. This company, if I'm not mistaken, oh, maybe. Yeah, so this company, see, you can sign up for free, and they have a file converter. So you can take it from that step or Aegis file and convert it into an STL or OBJ. So GrabCAD works pretty good for some of this mechanical stuff. Like when I was making some jigs, I just downloaded a vise and printed it in tough resin, and that was my foundation. So, the thing you have to remember is I'm not, like, if I'm doing something like this, I'm using it for like my shop. So I'm not selling it. So me just grabbing a free model of a vise, printing it, giving it a little bit more room than normal. And because, metal slides nicely on each other. Resin doesn't necessarily do that unless you spend quite a bit of time sanding. And I'm just using these for the glasses. I'm making jigs to drill the holes. Yeah, I could work on that, actually. I could show you how to do it from there. Yes, I can share it with you. So, I might use one of these surfaces. Because there aren't easy ways to make. You can take the model. There is actually a way to make screws. You take them and twist them. But I find that I'm pretty sure they've got to have thread and bolt libraries that are actually to nut and bolt. Hold on, yeah. See, these are M8s, M25, M6, and so these bolts are to scale. They're actual bolts you can go out and buy, and this might be, you can. Why would you want to reinvent making a knurling screw when you could just get one? And like now, if I were selling knurling screw necklaces, I would build this from scratch because that's just the ding dong that I am. But if you want things to work, getting something that came out of a CAD program sometimes is the easiest way to do it, because if you don't know your thread angles, you can look it up, right? You can look up the schematics on a thread angle and you can replicate the thread angle. Simple, right? But if you're just trying to do something quick and you just need a part, a lot of these places have like free models that it's just easier to go grab the model than sit there and try to reinvent the wheel. Something to think about, I guess. Yeah, it's just easier. You know what I mean? And hold on, I think, did I save it? One sec. I think I did. Did I download it? What did I do with it? What did I do with it? Oh. Did I put it on a drive? Crap, I saved it to use. What in God's name did I do with it? Because those drives, They were already packed up. I didn't bring them with me. Did I put it in? Here we go. Did I put it in Dropbox? Being the wonderfully clever person I am, I can't figure out how to use Dropbox. Give me modified. That's not true, so let's do it the other way. That's just not true. Where's quick saves? Is there not another? Today at 12. Here, let's download this and I'll show you what I mean. That'll give us something to work on too. Well, that'll take a few minutes to download. All right. Hello, how are you doing? Hello to China. All right. Well, I mean, if you're just doing heads, right, like if you want specific heads, they have the insert mesh tool, which is a ton of head tops, right? So like this one, you have all kinds of head types. And actually this might, do these have threads? No. So there is a way to, the old way to do it was take it, twist it. But if you're trying to get something that's really specific, you need, I just go get it. It's, how are you doing in China? Undo. And I think this one might have some, yeah, like snap heads and eyelets, right? The different snaps. So we have insert multi-mesh tools. And once again, if you do a Google search for insert multi-mesh tools, there are hundreds of people who have hundreds of these things out there. Yes, well, I get paid at it, so I guess I could say I am. More recently, I've been more of a craftsman than an artist, but yeah, working on it. ZBrush UI here. Let's just do this. I don't know where I put it. Preferences. Is this UI good? This is mostly everyone. All right, so let's just config, save UI. 127. Well, here's 1214. Where is that? That's in my Z startup folder. All right, 1 second. Let us do boop. 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 Startup. Is that under configs? Oh, damn it, where is it? Oh, public. Oh. I always forget where I save these things. So that's in data 2020. Boop. Boom. 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 Start up. Boom. All right, so 224, right? Date modified. 302. That's interesting. Okay, well that's the latest one, so let's use it. Control copy, control paste. Did it give me? Properties. March 2nd. Yep, that's it. Okay, so now let me go to Dropbox. Dropbox, and let's see, is there a I thought I had let's just put it in file request so I know where it is. Shpadoop. Now let's create a link for it. Katy Perry. File request, there we go. Share. Create link. Copy link. There you go. There you go. That's this interface. Now where were we? I don't even remember. Don't even remember. Oh, well, let's work on this for a minute. Should we work on redoing this or should we work on jigs? I don't know if jigs are going to be nearly as entertaining to people. I don't know how entertaining a jig is. For me, it's quite entertaining, but I got to smooth these out before we Z-remesh because I don't want it trying to get the dots. I don't want it to consider the dots when it's thinking. Yeah, I've made things that have been milled out of wood. They just do multiple passes with a mill and they're just CNC'd out. I don't know if I have any pictures of anything. Let me think about that one and I'll see if I can think of a picture. But yeah. I know it's a slow chat room. I'm not very compelling. I don't get the conversation whipped up. It's sort of late in the States. So I tend to have a lot of lurkers. Not that that's a problem. It's just, I think, more than very participatory. It depends. Sometimes, like when we're doing critiques, people are a little bit more talkative. But hello, Sakira. Yeah, I don't know. People just don't like to talk to me for some reason. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not that entertaining of a conversationalist, it seems. And on Pixologic site, I can't talk about things that get people stirred up. Well, I choose not to talk about things that get people stirred up. So we just talk about art. If you have any questions about art or want to talk about anything, talk away. Because I'm here for you, not me. So getting the glasses printed, right? You know, these are going to be set screws. So I can get custom lenses, and as long as I know what that base lens is, like let's say it's an Oakley CF 470, right? Then I know what these angles are. But because like they can't drill the holes, I'll have to drill the holes. So I need something that gets everything to sit right so I can then drill the holes and make sure everything's in line. Because if you get anything that torques a little, your glasses are toast. So yeah, it's to drill these holes. And so for the first one, I need to drill the holes in the master part. So when I cut these, they have to be on the exact same line and angle as the hole that will be cut in the lens when I cut a lens. So I have to do the cutting of the part, right? I have to do the cutting of the part in a jig with the actual cutting of the lenses. And because these will be cast, I'm going to need to run a reaming cut through it. So I would prefer to have a jig on all these so I can just use a little drill press, bump, bump. I know everything's clean. I know it hits. I know that everything's the right size. Because in casting, you can have shrinkage. And that's one of the things that drilling the holes after the casting can be very important. Because if you drill, like if you have your part and you put holes in it, and then you cast, you get 2% shrinkage or something. Well, now my holes don't line up. And instead of trying to get everything to work exactly, it's just easier to cut the holes after. You know, you cut a space for the screw to sit. Bump, bump. And then you can do that. And the nice thing, you know, there are lots of glasses, you know, for these now. And they're just like little bolts. So you just screw them in. Everybody just has to be in the same place. And because I don't want, you don't use the same drill bit for the metal and the lens. So they have to be drilled separately, but they have to be right. All right, hold on. Yep, it's the exact same process. Most of the CNC mills take STLs. You do the exact same thing, STL, because, I mean, I don't have pictures of anything in where's ArtStation? But, you know, that's a table. So I made, where's the scroll? So that's the model. And this was printed. And so that's the print. We made production molds. They had to do it in 2 parts. You can see where they welded it together. I just designed a seam there. That's the part in white bronze. And that's it after the patina. And so, you know, it doesn't matter what the scale is. You just change your scale. Does that make sense? Now with the rocking chair, we have to mill out the parts and then do it in multiple passes so it gets the details. So, and we're trying to print it in a really tough resin so it's light, because in bronze it's 522 pounds. That's great for an outdoor installation, which it was designed to be, but if I want to bring them indoors or sell them as anything else, we need to come up with a lighter surface. I'd love to have it done in wood, but it's going to cost me like $17,000-$18,000 to have it done in like a nice wood. And that's to make it, that's not to sell it. So, you know, you have to break it up in parts, and especially in a chair, you know, these, where you seam it has to be supportive. You then glue it all together after it has been multiple passes, you know, and I mean, obviously, you know, to get this detail, you'll do a rough pass, a medium pass, and then probably a fine pass, right? Thank you. It's my homage to Noguchi. I really like, Noguchi is one of my heroes, and that's, you know, it's the silhouette of the Noguchi table. I just sort of made it mine. Homage, right? So yeah, it's the same process. Duplicate. I wonder how low I can get this. Let's go all the way down and see what it does. ZBrush. I always try the lowest because I want as little resolution as possible in my base mesh. Yeah, and there's an incredibly accurate scale system inside. You know, if you don't want to work in millimeters, you can work in centimeters, inches, or feet. Millimeters is the indigenous scale. So like when you see 1 unit, it works out as a millimeter in the scale of the universe. When you start importing files from other programs, if it brings the world with it, sometimes that gets screwy. But if you import an STL or an OBJ into a pre-scaled universe, which is, yeah, we don't have enough geometry for that. Okay, that answered that. Not even close. Yeah, so that's where starting in here and knowing that your universe is to scale. And it's very easy to check now. You can set scene scale with, where is it? Scale Master. Oh, it's thinking, sorry. What is going on with that? It does not like that at all, does it? That's funny. All right, let's just go to 5,000 then. Fine. I wanted more subdivisions than that, but whatever. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Escape. It's because we have Z symmetry on that it's acting so wonky. Turn symmetry off. Now let's try it down here. See if it at least keeps all the holes. My joints. Getting old sucks. Don't do it. I feel like a broken old person. It's horrifying. Come on, you can do it. Does anyone have any questions while I'm sitting here waiting on this to fail? You know, let's just, fine. We don't need all of that. Let's just escape. So when it starts to think a long time, this shouldn't be a long process. When it starts to think, you usually have too little geometry, so it's making decisions about what it wants to leave out. Just escape and try it again. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm all antsy. You can do it. Are there any questions while we're waiting for this to work? Oh, there's an epic lag. Doom, 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 doom. Holy Hannah, you're taking forever. Come on, you. What can we look at while it's thinking? I might. One second. Oh yeah, see there the wings, little halo and horns. That was the first time we drew on stuff. I thought I might have those fixture pieces. Oh, well, there's a picture of that we were talking about. It was okay. A wee bit over polished, but that's fine. It's not there. Thought I might have another picture of something wood, but it's just not there. Not there. Citizen Brick. Yay. You see Citizen Brick's new mugs. Look, it's a GIMP mug. All right. Trying. Yeah, it's only 11. Oh my goodness gracious. Is anyone going to say anything while we're sitting here? Waiting for this thing to think. We got a really non-talkative crowd tonight. And that's okay, but when I'm waiting for things to happen, it is not very compelling. Yeah, it's actually right up here. Let me copy it. Nope, that's not it. Here it is. There you go. We have a little weird geometry right there. No, it's okay. Okay. We'll use that as a start. Divide, divide. All right. Come up here. I am then going to come here, hit Control, tap the orange square. It now has a white center. That's my history state. I'm going to come back down here, and I'm going to project history. Yeah, we don't need poly paint. It doesn't matter. Of course, anything you need. Oh, cool. Now, if you do not have my brush set, my menu isn't going to fill out. where did I put my brushes? Well, while this is thinking, I might as well just make a link for, you know, this is silly. Hold on. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this. I don't know why I haven't just done this. So we have that. Let me grab this. New file explorer. Sorry guys, I'm so silly. I don't know why I just haven't done this. We'll just do it right now while we're thinking about it. Program files, Pixologic, 2021, startup. Let's go to brush presets. Why isn't it giving me, oh, there's zip. Add to archive, brush presets. These are all in the other thing, but I can't change it because I forgot to call to get into my sorry, the weeks go by so fast right now. I'm in the middle of 3 projects. I'm pulling my hair out. And I always forget to do this. So 1 second, and I'm going to give you my materials, my brushes, and my interface all in one zip, and then I can give you the link, and then I'll just put it here and create that link so we have it. All right, brush preset zip. Materials. Actually, you all don't need my entire material list. I mean, unless you all want my entire material. Do you all want my entire material list, or do you just want Mod Dirty Blue? Where's Mod Dirty Blue? Mod Dirty Blue. Copy. Paste. Mod Dirty Blue. Custom user interface. And now let us take these 3 things and zip. Let's add to archive, and we make that archive UI ma db and brushes. Okay. And that will create an, did it just call it interface folder? Damn it. All right. Sorry I'm spending so much time on this, but we keep going through it. I'm just a dork. I don't know why I haven't dealt with this before this. So I'm always like, yeah, I'll do it at home. And then second I get home, I never remember. Because no one texts me and says, hey, ding dong, did you do it at home? While we're sitting around for this, if any of you want to upload models for the critiques at the end of the month, upload it to here. www / ZBrush /TSW. Boop. So anyone can upload models for the critiques. Usually do critiques on the last Monday of the month, but if anyone needs me to look at a model or something during the month, feel free to upload. You can upload all month, and then we'll look at the models on the last Monday of the month. And yeah. Almost done. It's happening. You can do it. Ah, there it is. All right, now we drag you right here. Let that upload. Of course. You know, at the end of the day, we just really try to make this a really informative place to come. You know, a lot of people are a lot more effective about actually just sitting down and working through a project. And I could do that if people want to see that, but I find that the question and answer stuff really people seem to gain something from that, so I find it useful. But, you know, you guys tell me what you want and I'll do it. Because like I said, I'm here for you. All right, so share, create link, copy the link, boom. All right. Now, the other thing I would ask, though, is within my brushes, Sakaki Kauru's brushes are in there. And I didn't misspell his name, did I? Gumroad. And actually, you may want to come here and download the entire set, because his new pack has armatures. Also, download his line shader. It's an awesome MPR rendering tool. But if you come here and just give him a few bucks, that's really nice. He doesn't ask for any money for them. But I don't use all of his brushes, but I use quite a few of them. And he spent a lot of time and energy making his brushes, and they work really well. And he's one of our streamers as well. You should try to catch him. He does a lot of the Japanese figurines, and yeah, he's a badass. And go there and you know, give him a few bucks if you don't mind, because I give away his files all the time. And he is absolutely awesome sauce. So yes, there we go. All right, that's there. But here, let me do this. Copy. Wait. Crap. Where's Dropbox? Did I? File requests. Share. Copy link. Right. I need to put that somewhere. Isn't there like... Let me paste that into OneNote so I can try to remember what it is. All right, and actually, I might as well put Sakakis there. All right. So now I can just copy that over and we won't have any issues with that anymore. All right, hold on. I know it's very exciting watching me try to get all this stuff in one place. All right, so let's just do this again. Come down here. It's right here. Sakaki Kaoru, or if you're in Japanese, you say it the other direction. Surname later. So it's Kaoru Sakaki. He's awesome. He's one of my favorite people. He's amazingly talented and just one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. So if we go here, boop. Did that work? There we go. So the first one is the Dropbox. The Dropbox for the UI, brushes, and material. The second one is Sakaki's Gumroad. That's what this is. And then the third one is the link to upload models for critiques and stuff. So now it's all in one shot, and there we go. All right. Ta-da. Finally resolved that, right? Boop. And so we just projected our history. So now we're back to pretty close where we were. But I think that we are going to work on this as a sliced object. So I can just make everything symmetrical and then we'll repeat it. Sound rational? I think it sounds rational. So now, because I know that this is a repeating pattern, I should have thought, let's do this to the mesh, not that. Here we go. So what I want to do is bring this up. If we okay, there we go. What? Yes, I am. Sorry, I have people who only respond to me on this. All right. So we want, where are my degrees? Oh, they're up there. Right. And I'm just going to take this guy right here. We're going to go off to the side a little. And then in the other direction. Right, so those are my cut lines. And I'm just going to go W and rotate this around until that's roughly there. And I tend to use my frame lines as lines, so that's pretty close. Come down here, trim rectangle. Lower res, lower res. Delete higher. Trim. And then we're going to take this side. And you can see I'm not being super careful because I've made this bigger. Right? So now I know that I have more than enough for that to be symmetrical. Or, right, that's going over half. So when I do this in threes, it'll work out nicely. It's just easier to do this because I can put it on X symmetry, kick it through really fast, then we'll just rotate it. Of course. You know, honestly, I don't have a ton of problems with ZModeler. Mostly I just do things in the wrong order, or I forget to turn symmetry off is really the one that gets me most of the time with that. Honestly, I find ZModeler to be pretty stable. I use it all the time. That's really how I start almost every model I do is with ZModeler. So I mean, are there glitches? Yeah, sure, I'm sure there are. But for the most part, I find it pretty stable, actually. Divide, 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 divide. But, you know, you got to remember the last time the last two upgrades, they have really, you know, tried to make it pretty robust. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in there. And I mean, to be deadly honest, I use so very little of it. I mean, for the most part, I get my base geometry and then I come straight out to this, right? So I wouldn't, like, I don't even put edges and stuff on it in ZModeler. I tend to use ZModeler for, that's interesting. I got off center there somewhere. And because I'm going to project this, I just need to kind of get close. It didn't rotate exactly. That's close enough to project. Come up here, make sure that's our history state. It is here. Project history. No, I don't want color. But I mean, you know, trust me, there will be a new version and they will add features to it. But I mean, I don't, are you finding lots of bugs with ZModeler? I'd be interested if you are finding a lot of bugs in ZModeler, because to be deadly honest, I don't really, but once again, like I said, I'm using it pretty limitedly. Why is this taking so long? Okay, that's weird. Weird. I'm just gonna come back in here and smooth that stuff down, because we're going to be redoing a lot of this, so I'm not too concerned with that. X. Right. Planar. Whoa. Now that's interesting. Front. Oh, it's radial. I'm like, why in God's name is it acting like that? Close enough to start with. Like I said, we're going to come back and go over quite a bit of that, so it's not a big deal. I'm just smoothing it back out, because you can see center is actually sitting a little bit lower here, right? But I left myself plenty of geometry there. So 3D Art Joe, are you finding a lot of problems with ZModeler? Because honestly, normally what I do is I come in here. My ZModeler process really is come in, W, turn this into a cube. Make sure, usually if it's going to be something that's symmetrical, leave a line. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I don't usually worry about thickness at the beginning. ZModeler, QMesh. Oops, turn symmetry on. QMesh, boom, boom, boom. And then I use move infinite XYZ. I start from one side and I literally just kind of go through a block up, move my lines around, and I will very rarely go much farther than this, in the sense of I do a quick block up, right? I divide it and I start sculpting. So I don't use a ton of the features in ZBrush. Like I'll use bridge and stuff every once in a while, but I keep my ZModeler models super simple and low poly, and I sculpt detail onto things. I'm not going to do it in ZModeler. Well, it's not hard to use. What it is that there's a ton of stuff it can do, but where I would say for a beginner to do is when you go in, is a lot of the problems you get into in ZModeler are how to explain, is being sloppy, right? Like, oh, I'm trying to hit the line. Oh, I touched the surface. Oh, I'm trying to touch the surface. Oh, I dragged a line. And so when you use it, you just have to be very concentrated on what you're doing and make sure that that you're not being sloppy, right? That's the real thing, is being very resolute with where you touch. So often, if you're coming in, sorry, let's lower our resolution here. if you're coming in and you want to work on a surface, right? And let's say you know you're going to be Q meshing, right? You know you're going to be grabbing stuff. Let's delete that then. Delete higher. You know you're going to be coming in and doing Q meshing, right? Well, that's cool. But often you'll hit an edge, depending on what you have. No, it's not symmetrical. Let's do that again. Turn symmetry on. X, boom, remesh. Now we're symmetrical. See how we get some weird intersections? Just hit Z remesh again. And then it'll try to clean that up. So if you have weird places in your mesh, just hit Z remesh a couple times and it works a little easier. Now, you know, like I said, you're coming in here and you're dragging this out, but you accidentally touch an edge. Well, now you're adding edges. So what I would suggest if you're just learning is, I think the edge loop is one that gets a lot of people, like you're accidentally tapping things and then you get a bunch of extra geometry. You can come in and say do nothing, and now you're only going to be Q meshing. You can do points, but you know, you're only going to be Q meshing at the moment. And then you can come back in, turn this off, say now you want to go in and add some geometry, insert, and then come back to a surface and then go do nothing. And now you're only working on lines. And until you get like touch discipline, I think turning off things and then turning it back on when you use it is a easier way to learn in ZModeler, because yeah, where people kill themselves is, especially with QMesh, is, you know, you're not paying attention, you actually accidentally tap something and that's set really high, but let's just say, well, you may not know that's there until you start dividing, and then you get these weird surfaces. And the other tool, there are very big uses for it, okay? But the other tool you want to kind of avoid until you sort of get your hang of it is extrude, because extrude can get you into some very weird geometry, right? Well, where the hell did that come from? So use your Q mesh to begin with, not extrude. There are places that you use extrude, but extrude can get you into a lot of trouble because it does weird stuff with surfaces if you're not paying attention. I think those are the things you want to kind of look out for the most part, if that makes any sense. What is going on with that? That's kind of ugly. That's kind of ugly. Let's hit Z remesh one more time. There we go. That's a look. Why is that such an ugly intersection? That's an ugly intersection. Interesting. I don't know why it is so ugly. But that's okay, because we're going to divide this up. Not going to matter much. All right, let's try this once again. Divide, 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 lower, lower. Let's just project all. So yeah, I think that's usually the issue with ZModeler, is learning. And I would say get out of ZModeler as quick as you can. I mean, unless you're doing like hard surface modeling, and you know, that's, you know, you can do it all in ZModeler, but you know, it's a sculpting program, not a CAD program. I'd get in ZModeler, get out, get in there and sculpt. But I do organic stuff, so even my hard surface modeling is soft. So, but I mean, I did that tank mostly in ZModeler, I think. I mean, ArtStation is the tank here. No. Here. This is really the only model I've done primarily in ZModeler. Right? And then I came out of it and went into Sculptris Pro pretty quick. Or Sculpting, but that was primarily done in ZModeler. And then meshed, you know, but taking off schematics from a Panzer, a Tiger, what is it, a Tiger 1v4 or something like that. But so there you could do most of your modeling in ZModeler. The thing is a lot of people want to go in and use ZModeler as your main tool. And I mean, I know some of the hard surface guys do that. I mean, without a doubt. But, you know, I'm a sculptor. I do organic modeling. I tend to... the key to learning ZModeler is finding the 4 tools that you need. Work with them until you develop touch discipline. Like I said, you know, come in here. Here, let me... I'll show you sort of how I use it. Let's come here. Append. Where's my little shape? There we go. Go here. I think this is just huge, isn't it? Yeah. So this is exactly how I use ZModeler. I'm only going to do this one form real quick, but symmetry turned on yet? No. And I know I want one there. Come on. And yes, you must make noises or you're not trying. And so I'll sort of plan out where, like I know that something's going to come off here. But, you know, if I was trying to get this into one block up. But if you're not, like if those are going to be separate pieces, then don't worry about it. Just get your meshes nice and even. That brush is too big. My brush is too big. And You see what I mean? If you tap it off, you start getting weird stuff. Boom, just keep tapping up. Tap, 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 tap. Come here. And you see what I mean? Where you, when you're doing stuff, you accidentally tap and you add lines. So that's what I'm talking about. That. Now we come here. I'm going to add a line here because I want that to sort of be a sharp edge there. Okay. and let's say I want this to continue over here. A lot of people's first inclination is to grab this and just drag it out this way. Get out of that habit, because there are later times when you're going to want to do edge stuff like beveling, running lines and cutting grooves, and it doesn't work when so I tend to do this like little 3-point corner, one here, one here, and then you make the corner, right? And now you're facing the other direction. Come on. Yeah. And the other thing to remember is this. When you go and grab something and it's not doing what you think you're doing, you're probably putting geometry somewhere where you don't want it. Try to keep your squares equal. But see, why I say this is important is I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to put an edge here and an edge here, and then I can do something like this, and you have this becoming a trench all the way around. Now you have these raised edges. I might go that far here, but if you do it without that corner and you just come out this way, that is no longer a continuous edge, and you go here. Well, now you're going to have to go here, and those aren't necessarily the same, and also those won't bevel, where if you just do it the other way, you can bevel the whole edge. So try to keep things in a constant thing. And then I'll just divide this, boom, 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 and I'll start sculpting, right? And that's how I made these forms here, is they started out in ZModeler, and it was a really fast process like that. So, boop. I would tend to, yes, because I always want as much geometry as I can get in my model. And that's why I started this pretty low, and because I want 7 or 8 subdivision levels. Okay, here we only have 6, but I'm only at, well, I'm at 10 million. So this didn't start out super high. If you can get this model, whatever your base model is, in under 700 polys, when you subdivide, I could get to this 10 million point. It might be 10 to 14 million, whatever. And I can have 8 subdivision levels instead of 6. And every subdivision level you have, the more subdivision levels you have, the more you can separate the effects that you're doing to certain levels. And it allows you to clean up easier, to apply and move. It just gives you so many more opportunities to do things that you can't. So if I Boolean, I always Z-remesh. If I Dynamesh, I always Z-remesh. And I want to be working on a multiple subdivision quad model most of the time. When you get to the end, or you might like Dynamesh a few things together, and then it's right and perfect, well, who cares? I wouldn't do it, because if I'm not going to touch anymore, who cares? But for the most part, I'm going to always try to work on a subdivided quad model. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Winning games?
No. I had to reinstall the game because I played a tournament yesterday, and for some reason, the anti-cheat software I used just deleted my game when I closed it.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's 80 gigs.
Because it knows you're a turd. It's like, oh, well, you're a hypo-aggro douche. Here, you get to reinstall everything because you're toxic.
Yeah, 2-hour wait time. Got to think about it.
2 hour wait.
It took 2 hours to download the 80 gigs.
Here?
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's because of the disk usage.
Oh, it's
because it's limited by my disk space.
So you just have a poopy computer, is what
I
you're
don't
talking
have my SSD in right now. I need a SATA cable. If you have a spare one, by the way, I'm looking for one.
A what?
SATA cable. SATA. SATA.
You keep saying cider?
Cider? Yeah.
I want a cider cable, spelled S-A-T-A.
Yeah, can I get a medium cider and can you hold the tater tots on them?
I don't have a SATA cable with me.
Do you have one at the house, by chance?
Yeah, I should.
Yeah? Do you think maybe I can stop by when we get there and snag it?
Yeah, we'll have to dig for it, but...
Because I'm already going to have to reinstall Windows. I might as well just put all the freaking big games on there. Might as well.
It's in my black roll-up. I have a black roll-up full of all of my internal cables.
Mm-hmm. You probably have a ton of them with all the drives that you have.
I have
you
shit tons of them.
Yeah,
I just
fucking army of
I don't know where they are is the question. Always the joy of trying not to cuss on ZBrush stream. For those of you who don't know me, I cuss like a sailor. I'm God, look at that. Look at that lag. What is that about? We're not doing anything. Why? Does anyone have any idea why that's lagging that bad now? There's nothing else. OBS. I guess it's just it with OBS. What brush am I using? Oh, ZModeler. Okay. Well, that might have something to do with it there. Let's go back to Clay 2. Oh, look, it doesn't lag. Learn something new every day, don't we? Whoa. Holy Hannah. Too much. No mas, Tomas. Okay. So we're trying to simplify these forms quite a bit. Let's look at what we got here. Oh no, that's not the right one. Let's look at what we got here. Wow, that's changed dramatically. That's interesting. That's not what I want. Fascinating how when I don't pay attention, all right, it was just in the wrong place. That's better. Delete history? My undo history? No, that's not it. I have things that have like 10,000 undo histories, so that really doesn't affect the... Well, I mean, I guess that if you're running... Is my C drive running out of space? I know I kind of jammed it out last... Because this doesn't have a big drive in it. No, we still have a little bit left. We're fine. Interesting. I don't know. So while we're doing this, once again, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm here to answer your guys' questions. It's really not about me per se. Oh. I couldn't figure out my brush size, and that was because Q was on. I mean, Gizmo. And so, like I was saying earlier, we're trying to create, so I've made the size of this smaller, so we have a smaller earring. And then I'm also coming in and simplifying the form some. So it has the same design function, a slightly different form function. Smaller and simpler. So we're removing a lot of the beaded details. And we're creating, yeah. So it's the same vocabulary, but it has a slightly different feel to it. Boom. Right on. I'm glad we can help. And feel free, man, you can ask questions about anything. It doesn't matter what I'm working on. Feel free to ask questions about anything you have, and if I can answer it, I will. The one thing I would say is, remember, I'm a manufacturer, so a lot of questions about like how to do geometry for games and stuff like that, I have no clue. I can tell you how to get your geometry sorted out for printing and casting or milling, but when it comes to like UVs and games and all that stuff, I don't know crap about that. Rendering, not the best renderer in the world. But where I can help, I will, without a doubt. Well, one of the old men in my early life cussed a lot. It's just I grew up with it. I find it, there's a real humor and an art to cussing greatly. And I think that when pushed to where I get really aggro, I can become a real poet of bile and hostility. And I lived with a woman from England who uses the C word like a comma and the T word like a comma. I mean, literally she would use it as a, like an exclamation. So, yeah, I don't know. I blame environment. It's nurture. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, like frack or whatever, Thank you, Battlestar Galactica. Well, if you're saying the thing, you just replace the word. You're still saying the thing. Just get over it and say it. Who cares? Who cares? Well, lots of crabby people care, but so when I'm on Pixologic stream, I try to be kind of well behaved. It is a family stream after all. We're trying to get youngins to use it, so keep them youngins off my vile temperament and vocabulary. But no one wants to know what I think is a crime to teach kids, so Yeah, because it is a completely different way of thinking about geometry, I think. I deal with some of my students wind up watching, character designers' videos and stuff, and they're like, oh, well, so-and-so does it this way, and he's world famous. And it's like, yeah, but he's making something different, or she's making something different. It is a different creature. And, that is the absolute, complete, and utter beauty of ZBrush is that, did I lose menus? Is that it is so versatile, and you can do so much with it, in so many different ways. So, it just comes down to trying to figure out what you're trying to do with the program and getting it to do that. Ooh, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do this. Let me see. Snoop. Snoop. What time is it? Hey Siri, set an alarm for 3 o'clock.
Okay, your 3 a.m. alarm is on.
Hey Siri, set an alarm for 2:45.
The alarm is set for 2:45 a.m.
There we go. That way I don't mess up and run into Pavlich's stream. That would be very rude. I did it one morning where I literally ended my stream and his stream turned on, and like my chat, it was so close that like my chat just streamed right into his, and it was very confusing for a few seconds. Anything and everything. I mean, I tend to right now I like furniture and stuff, but sadly my furniture is very expensive to manufacture along with my jewelry. But I teach jewelry design for ZBrush, but I think that everything I teach in that class is applicable to, it really should be considered manufacturing with ZBrush, but that jewelers are weird, and they're like, oh well, it's not for us, what's manufacturing? Sorry, jewelers can be a funny group of people. I love them, but yeah, actually it's very sad. I want to put my very, very dear friend died on Sunday night, and I just want to put a memorial out there. I don't know if any of you are jewelers, but Bob Lynn died on Sunday night, and he was one of the great minds in the jewelry industry, as well as just one of the great minds. He did a lot of science stuff in his day, and he passed away nicely, but truly one of my favorite human beings, and it'll be a great loss. I'm very sad to see him go. I don't know if any of you know Bob. It might be a little late for most of the, I don't know internationally how well known he was, but he was a spectacular man. A magician, a physicist, an engineer, and a jeweler in the end. I think I might do a Spectrum Award piece in his name. Get a nice stone and do something for Bob that he'd like. I wouldn't be a jeweler without him. He really made it easy for my conversion to three-dimensional physical sculpting to the digital world, and there were a handful of people who really supported me when I converted to digital sculpting, and he was one that made that possible, and it's awesome. Of course, have a great day. And thank you for joining me. Hopefully you can gain something positive out of this. I see more people have come in. For those of you just joining us, I am just I'm creating new pieces for a line. We have a line that the style people like quite a bit, but we need to make some smaller pieces. They're all pretty big earrings, and so we decided that it's probably better to take the original parts, and I'm just going to simplify them. So this was the original piece. We made them smaller, and then I am going to make them just slightly more planular, a little bit less busy. So one that reads well when they get smaller, but also they're new pieces for people who don't want things that are so Baroque, but also it's the same vocabulary. So you like the shapes. So it allows us to create new pieces, but not turn it into just, you know, a Denny's menu of all kinds of different pieces and different styles. We're now transitioning these into a different detail level. Right? Poor people out there lurking, all of a sudden not paying any attention, and now they're going to get their alarm set. That's funny. Yeah, there was an Apple commercial quite a while ago that was demoing that, and sure enough, every time it came on, they'd, whatever it was, set alarm for Turkey Day. You're like, no, you. I'll tell you, news and the media and advertising so weird. Getting it cracks me up. Like, you know, I read the headlines on Apple News, and that's pretty much most of the news I get, because I'm going to die if I watch the news. My blood pressure is going to explode me to death. So I don't tend to. I guess it's better to pay attention to what's going on here, isn't it? That comes down, not over. But it's hysterical because you get, like, Apple News has a little section for Apple, right? And then other news, people talk about Apple. And it's just like, you know, Apple's profits are up and this and that, and da-da-da-da-da. Oh, they're going to expect to have a downturn at Apple. And then the other place is like, oh, Apple stock's going to be forever gone. And Apple's like, hey, we did great. Who knows what's going on out there? I don't. Not that I'm following Apple stock. Unfortunately, I was not Warren Buffett. And when someone said buy Apple stock at the beginning, he bought a lot. His Apple stock's worth a damn fortune. Actually, quite a few fortunes. Anybody have any questions? Feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy to shift from doing whatever I'm doing to answer whatever you need. Yeah. Boop. I think this is coming in here. That's why that's like that. I think it's doing something like that. I guess it doesn't have to be exactly the same since we are simplifying everything, but try to get things to look right. So I'm actually assuming that goes behind that, knowing me. Interesting. It's kind of a weird decision on my part. Over, under. See, that's not very... Well, no, that was a... Maybe? No clue what I was thinking. So when you do this stuff, make sure if you have things that are going over, they go over, and if they come under, they come under. Your brain really is good at catching that. And it's something that makes me absolutely insane when people are trying to get things and they just come in and draw it. And when you draw it, you've completely separated all those surfaces and they look like poo. It's just, yeah. It's very simple. Just sculpt things dimensionally, right? And they're going to look much better off. Oops, wrong one. If anyone has any questions about anything, do not hesitate. It doesn't matter if I'm working on this now or not. These are just like little projects that I kind of need to get done, so I'm working on them here, but understand that I am actually here for you. So if you have any questions that I'm not hitting, ask away and I will gladly transition into doing whatever you need to understand. Try to keep your geometries as square as possible, so when you start moving stuff, be careful because you're going to wind up with distorted, wonky geometry. And that's why I always want to do multiple subdivision levels, because it allows me to drop down and smooth and relax those base meshes, and then when I come back up. So the number one complaint about working in the style that I do, which is high resolution first. So like most characters design, I'm winning people over, I think, but most character designers and the such are going to start with low resolution, work until they're out of resolution, right? So you start with a low poly model, and then you sculpt until you get the detail you can get in that low poly model, and then you divide it and sculpt on that low poly model until you, as a jeweler, you know, I'm dealing with things that are, you know, 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter wide, and it's just, there's no point in doing it at low resolution. You can't establish, you know, you can see that I'm coming in and I'm establishing my edges at high resolution. But if I'm starting at low resolution, you know, I can come in here and do this and, you know, get my edges, but you know, there's no fidelity there. I don't know what that edge is actually, and then I'm going to divide it again and go over it again, divide it again. No, I'm going to start at the top. And then when I need to do something such as smooth this out, let's say I want this to be really smooth, you can see if you only have a mesh with no subdivision levels, yeah, it becomes a nightmare to clean up. Lower resolution, one swoop with smooth stronger. And I now have far cleaner surfaces. Go back up to my higher res. And I don't have to go over, I don't have to rediscover my surfaces every time I decide to make a stroke. You finally figured out ACES color space and compositing. I don't even know what ACES is, my friend, but congratulations. I'm glad you're doing it and happy. That's awesome sauce. Anybody have any questions or issues that they'd like to go over? Or you all can just sit here and watch me do this, whatever you'd like. I don't know how. See, unlike, I find that when I'm sculpting things like this, people can't associate with it. So it kind of bores them and they don't hang out long. Where if you're doing creatures and stuff, you know, if this had little eyes and a mouth, well, people know that it's going to be a person or a monster, or the, you know, you can associate with faces and the such. So, but when you're streaming like objects, you know, unless it's a car or something that's easily identifiable, I find that people have kind of a hard time associating with it when they just come into the stream, and it's hard to get that retention of the new viewer unless they know what's happening. And I try to keep, you know, the ZBrush stream going a little bit more than I do mine when I stream. When I stream, things get weird, so. Yes, I did re-topologize this piece because this is an old piece and it started here, and I can go back and find this model, but I'm redoing the geometry. This is an STL. This was sent out to print for manufacturing. So this, you know, I have a single mesh. So no matter what, I need it to be a quad mesh so I can control it. So I dynameshed it, smoothed it out, and then ran retopology and wound up with a clean quad model. Demo! So this is a line of jewelry that I did. Here, let me show you the actual pieces. Let's go here. Let's go to Instagram. Actually, let's go to boop, boop, boop. Oh, she has a lot more pictures of people now. Come on. Why is... Well, that's weird. 10 posts. Oh, that's Aster Day. Hold on. Aster, 21 posts. You've got to have more than 21 posts. Oh, I see. She got every version of Astro and Orion and then put them in. So let's see. Is this piece visible in any of these? Nah, but here you can see this. So they're... Wow. I don't know why everything's so slow. So this is the piece in stainless steel. So they were designed for stainless steel so they could be light, because steel is much lighter than like silver or gold. So we do them in stainless, and they're also a little bit more rugged then. So we have this, I guess we have a website, don't we? Here we go. Goodness gracious. She updates things and I never know what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, stop that. Oh man, am I working on a ring that we didn't produce? That's just my luck. Well, I guess we didn't make this one. Well, poo. Maybe I'm wasting time. It's okay. So, you know, you can see that it's highly decorative. There are a lot of beads and a lot of stuff. Well, crap. This was one of the favorite pieces. I wonder if... See how out of touch I am. So we're taking the line of jewelry. We're keeping the forms, but simplifying the shapes and making them a little smaller, because a lot of those earrings are big. So you can see I'm coming in. It's still decorative. It still has the same vocabulary. It's much plainer. And so that way we have same visual vocabulary, pretty dramatically different finish, you know, in the sense of I'll probably come in and make some of these a little bit less nodule-y, you know, maybe knock that off where it's just the plain form. Oh yeah, no, it's fun. I mean, here, I'll just quickly show you this. So the beauty of ZBrush as far as that goes is, you know, you can do jewelry, I've done furniture, you know, plate. Actually, it's so funny. This is 2008, and the level of detail that I got was so funny because there were no decimation algorithms back then. There was no Z modeler. There was no text files. So this model was done for Nike for the Dream Team, the basketball team. And so they made a bimetal plaque, and this is the print of it. And that was the art, and then that was my model. And from here to what, I mean, like, it was so hard to get any resolution in the scallops and stuff. But now this is butt simple compared to what it used to be. You know, that's the print and just the process. I didn't actually get a picture of the final part. I saw one because we were at, I can't think of his name. He was one of the basketball players, and we went in. We were actually there for his wife. And then I walked by, I was like, oh, I made that. And he was like, what? So I've seen it finished. It was gorgeous. But yeah, it's so funny. Just all the things you can do, you know, in ZBrush. There's body jewelry and rocking chairs, card holders. You can make anything. And the beauty is, you know, with printing now, like Formlabs and a number of the other companies, Formlabs is dumping a lot of money in engineering materials. And they just came out with a new material. I can't remember what it's called, something tough. It's one of the new toughs that has some flexibility to it. You know, eventually they're going to have some very good, resilient resins that you can print. And then you can print final parts, and that's going to be very exciting. No, I mean, where you run into, is it impossible to, actually, it's far easier to print a lot of stuff than it is to manufacture, like hand fab it. You know, when it gets to, is it impossible? You know, things that are super thin, like some of the wire work that you could do by hand fabbing it, gets difficult in casting. Where things print and cast are shaky is really thin wires and stuff. It's easier to fabricate that because once you get into casting, that becomes a trick to cast. But I make some of the hardest things in the world to actually cast and retain the detail and things like that. And honestly, I don't know that there's anything you couldn't do in some format or another. with the metal printers, they're coming along. The only problem with the metal printers are the resolution, like the surface resolution is garbage, because metal printing is completely dependent on the size of the grain. So the powder that they're sintering together. And if you have powder that is small enough to get high resolution sintering, right? And that's fusing the metal with like a laser or something. You now have created like metals that are very dangerous. If you inhale them, they're very dangerous. And also there's a huge loss rate, because if it's that small, it'll seep into the machine and you start to lose. And if you're dealing with like golds and platinums, because in some ways there's almost no reason to print silver because it's far more expensive than it is to deal with it, and casting's fine. But the loss of the metal in the printer, if the powder's that fine, that's one of the real issues. Oh, wow, you actually noticed. A lot of people don't, haven't said anything. It's my Neptune theme. See, fishes and my little Neptune trident. It's really funny. This is a co-work space because I do not have bandwidth at my home. So this is a co-work space, and it's funny because I keep drawing little things on the back. And literally, last week, no one made a comment about it. And the week before that, I had these wings and like a little halo, and no one said anything about it. So I'm like, yeah. Right? You know, it's the Wittelsbach thing, you know. It's the Wittelsbach thing. Oh, that really sucks. I think I'm working on a wrong model. What is this? Oh, I was talking to Carmit about flowers. We can delete those. Whale poo. Hold on. Let's go look at... That's really frustrating. Import. Go away. Where's import? What happened to my... What the hell? I lost a button. Preferences, restore custom UI. Okay, that didn't work. Preferences, config, load UI. Well, here, let's just do this. Import, I want this button. Enable customization. Okay. Preferences. Save UI. I don't know why that's acting weird. I must have hit something. Store config. Okay. All right. Import. Download. Earring body. 1190 new closure. Is it 1190? No. See, we removed the beads from it and simplified it, but that's not the one I'm looking for. Damn it, Jim! Okay, so let's go back to our website. Stella hoop earrings. Now, you know what's funny about that? Is I have no idea what that part number is. we see parts to Olga. Parts to Olga. Facing link. No, that has too many parts. 1090. Earring, body, and hook. Nope. End cap. Nope. Ear wire, pan, hoop. Nope. I know this is very exciting for you guys, isn't it? Watching me trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Bangle. 1270. That's a hanger. Star 1. I bet that's it. Kind of looks like a star, doesn't it? I love I just spent all that time working on something that is not the right model. Organization, right here, man. Okay, so import. Nope, there's import. Star. You can do it, yay! All right, so there we go. So as you can see, we have this lovely little star that is going to be less ornate. Just sat down and started working. That's it. It's just, on these, it's a little easier. Well, there are hundreds and hundreds. I think our development on the base models from something that looked absolutely nothing like this to this was probably 3.5 months, maybe 4 months of work. We got the rough shapes. We did printing. We did a round of changing, weight issues, thinning, and then we had the first test run produced. And we went from absolutely no concept to produced pieces in less than a year, which is damn good as far as part development goes, if you're actually doing a line and into manufacturing. So that was probably it. Now, as far as these go, these become much easier because these are repeating forms. Let's duplicate this. And I'm going to take my, we're going to turn on symmetry. And then I'm going to tap on that point, and then we can rotate. Tap on my point. And then rotate just this side of that intersection. And so once again, I'm going to take this and we're just going to go to the outside of that. Oh, this piece is not left-right symmetry. There we go. So now hide that. Come out here. And you can see we're off the seam, right? Now I'm going to do that with Sculptris Pro because that was chunky and I don't like it. Right? So now I'm on the outside of the intersection, right? So now I'm just going to turn this off. Get W. turn symmetry off. Rotate this around to where this is roughly 90. So there's a quicker way of doing this. Come in here. Come on. Grab this, just kind of set it on the line. Rotate this where your line is thin. Boop. And now that is on a 90. And it doesn't really, like I said, it doesn't really matter if it's perfect, because I'm going to turn that off. Trim rectangle. And just get it close. And then we're going to go W. Come over here. Just kind of get it sort of lined up. Boom. Trim rectangle. Boom. And now that is my part. Come over here. Kind of get this. Find a line you can get centered, right? So I know that that point and that line want to be in line. Boop. And now just come over here and check. So we're a little off. Right. You can see that we're off, but we have the model here. So it's simple enough to come in here. Drag our little digger over here. Ba-doop. Come down to the point. And rotate your way in there. There we go. And that looks pretty darn close, doesn't it? It does. Now, see this right here? SK trim will do that. It'll bridge. So often you need to come back in because it sort of squish that in. I don't want that to be repeating. So now I'm just going to come in with trim and just get rid of some of the little areas I don't want. Like I know I don't want this to repeat. That's weird. Was that masked? And so now we're roughly in the place we need to be. Delete hidden. It's pretty close. Right? And that's actually close enough that if I want to, I can reproject that. But we're going to see remesh, so I'm not too stressed about it. And this is also a place you can come in and do trim by curve, trim curve, and you want to start, right? I know that that right there is the line, right? So I'm going to come up here and just start on the outside of that. You can see we're close, but we're still on the outside of the intersection. Boop. Ooh, whoa, whoa. Stay on the outside of that intersection. Move it a little bit over. Why did that not trim? Bastages. Yeah, fair enough. Mirror and weld. Wrong direction. We're not in the center of the world. That does not help anything, does it? All right, who cares? It'll be fine. First thing we need to do is go to the center of this object and center you in the world. Now, come up here and get this in the place that it wants to be. Now, let's do this. Boom. Center of the world, so everybody's on the same level. This isn't symmetrical, so that's why we're off center. Just bring it down. Slide it over. Boop. There we go. So now we can do cube. Mirror. Ooh, look at that. That's interesting. W. Let's come up here and rock that back down and in. Q. Mirror and weld. Oh. Yeah, I didn't want local symmetry on. Mirror and weld. Isn't that interesting? It's just not center. Grr. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's my Neptune theme. We have fishes. The trident. There are more fishes up there. Yes, I try to theme my stream now that I have this wonderful dry erase board behind me. I might as well take advantage of it, right? Okay, so now, because that is not center, we need to come back to you. Well, that looks... The issue is this is not on the proper rotation. Yeah, see how we're off center there? So what we're going to do, we're going to make that bigger. We're going to drag you down. I just use the white lines as reference, you know, like my frame lines. And then I'm just going to rotate you like that. I really want this to... I wish we could get it to where it locks. Or like you could tap something and it steps 1 degree. Because I'll tell you, this is one thing that drives me nuts. Because I deal with some really tiny tolerances. And you see what I mean? That's like 1 point. Like trying to get it on the exact... See how it hops around? That makes me nuts. All right, let's see what mirror and weld does with us now. I'm redoing it so it doesn't have to be exact, but mirror and weld. I think that is pretty damn close. All right, there we go. So now instead of doing all of those, we're only doing the one section. It allows us a little freedom to be a little bit persnicketier, and I can get in and be, you know, really anal about it, and not and you're not doing it on everything. So, ooh, wrong button. Trim rectangle. Get rid of that. All right. So pretty close to symmetrical. Now let's get rid of some of this stuff. Turn symmetry on. And like I said, we're just coming back in and simplifying these forms and making the parts a little smaller. Shoop. So the things to remember when you are Z-remeshing is I tend to, even if I was going to put all this detail back in, I will tend to smooth this out, because what happens is when you try to Z-remesh, it's going to try to retain some of that detail, and I don't want that detail retained. No. And so by smoothing it, you have a lot more control over that. Right? So instead of it trying to smoothing everybody out, let's get rid of our beads here. Because when you Z-remesh, it's going to try to take that geometry into consideration. And even when we have these balls flattened, or the mill grain sort of flattened, you're going to see that it's going to try to take them into consideration, because it's a change in geometry and it's trying to match the geometry that you have. So the easy way to fix that, duplicate this just in case. What just happened? Wait, oh, frame. Okay, sort of smooth both sides, close enough to spit on. We have, what just happened? Okay, that was weird as hell. Frame. Why did that duplicate that over there? Okay, let's try that again. Duplicate. Okay, I'm just going to say that's really bizarro. So I'm just going to try that one more time. Duplicate. Oh. Nope. Nope. That's not it. I have no damn clue why it's doing that. That is bizarre. Delete. Okay. I just want you all to know I don't have any answers for that. But those were clueless. Okay. I will always duplicate my model before I start doing my Z-remeshing, just so I have a place that I can go back to that's easy. Wow, that's crazy. All right. Anybody who has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. I'm here for you. Yeah, but when it duplicates, it shouldn't send it to a different position. It's duplicating that model. So if there's something to do with history or something, I have no clue. I don't. So this, for those of you who are learning ZBrush, this is going to be one of the greatest skills you'll ever learn. I have no idea why that happened. And you know what? I'm not going to waste time trying to figure it out. I have one that's in the right place. I'll just slide it from over there, because The next time it might not do that. So just keep moving forward is the real key. Don't get hung up on weird things, because ZBrush will sometimes do some very strange things. And you know what? Who cares? Keep moving. Just keep moving. All right, so now let's take this down. Let's take it all the way down and see. No, I don't want to wait that long. Let's do 0.8. ZBrush. Now, let me tell you, and I keep my computer on for days and days and days, and ZBrush will stay on for days and days. ZBrush likes to be rebooted every once in a while, because I can get ZBrush to do some very strange things, and I have no answers for it. I have no idea. And a lot of people that really bothers, right? People freak out. They're like, oh, it's buggy, it's this, it's that. Bleh. But that's because you sit there and you try to figure it out. You just reboot it and move on. Move it back over and move on. Just forward progression is really important. All right. So I didn't turn symmetry on. So we do not have a clean center line, do we? Nope. So that's enough geometry to cover that. So we're going to undo this. We are going to turn symmetry on. And now when it Z-remeshes, it's going to give me a center line. It's really important, because when you're trying to go over something, often you'll get these weird stars down the center, and the stars create for some clumpy, dunky, hunky, junky geometry. So, oh my God, it's a nightmare. All right, so now symmetry is turned on. That was okay. It's a little more than I care for most of the time, but we'll let it go. And so when you do Z-remesh, this is a symmetrical object, so it's important, if you want something to be symmetrical, to have it Z-remesh symmetrically. Important. Because it gives you a center line, and it makes things symmetrical. Where if it's not, and then you want to go back and use, let's say I want to come in and use Z-modeler now. If I hadn't put symmetry on, it wouldn't be symmetrical. And in turn, we'd lose that. And in turn, it'll say, cannot do it. It's not symmetrical. So that's important. Hey, Jackie, how are we doing? You're a beginner? Sometimes I feel like I am too, my friend. So as you can see, there's a little weird geometry right here. It's not bad, but let's just touch it one more time and see what it does. Yeah, you can see that that's cleaner, right? You can see we had these weird rounds in here, some clunkiness there, where here it's cleaner. So often if you wind up with a piece of geometry you don't like, hit Z-remesh again. I mean, you can do it all day, right? And it's going to give you a different breakdown of the part. So just tap it a few times if you have, like, sometimes these stars are just in the wrong place. Here, let's undo. You can see how this went around, so the star's up here, not right here. I think I like that better, because these lines are going to come around, those lines are coming around, and I'm not going to wind up with that weird jerky geometry. Now, is my center line okay? Yeah, it's not bad. And just hit smooth and open that up a touch. Hit smooth and open this up a touch. Move those back down so that hole is open. Nope, move. Because I know that that's going to become an issue when I start dividing. All right, we're doing okay. So now we divide it. And let's get into that. Yeah, that's fine. Go here, I'm going to reproject. See, there is a history state mark somewhere. I bet it's because I have a history state, so it's duplicating to that or something. Boom. Hide that. And that's okay. And I'm just coming back in and smoothing that some. All right, so now we are ready, almost have our form. All right, a little smoothing. There we go. Much simpler. And now we'll divide this up to where I have. See, the other nice thing about working at a high resolution first is that when I start, whoa, that is not clay tubes. When I start stroking in my surfaces, if I do come back and smooth is less effective up here. So I'm not really changing my form much. I can really just kind of creep up on that smooth, right? So I know this is going to be a flat surface, so let's come in and kind of get it there. And then I'm just going to scoop that out. Right. And then when I smooth, I'm not really distorting everything. Where now, if I want to be a little more aggressive, I come down lower. And then you can see that that's smoothing out dramatically more, but it takes stuff with it. So it allows me to determine what I'm moving, how I'm moving, and when I'm moving something, and keep it clean and tight. So it's very important as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure you'll hear a lot of people who say I'm crazy and that it's not important. But I like to work up here in the high resolution, get my vocabulary. See this? I am a coronavirus just begging to happen. Don't touch your face. All I do is scratch my eyes because my eyes get tired. So now I'm just going to come in and make these. Now the next question, is this mirrored? It is mirrored. Totally forgot about that. So now what I should probably do is turn on Z. So let's make sure we are in the center of the world. And what we're going to do is make sure, now I'm going to mirror and weld Z. Oh, we have to go, sorry. Can't do that with lower res. Since I really haven't done anything at high res, it's not a big deal. Here again, mirror and weld, symmetry, Z. So we're going to Z remesh with Z as a remeshing factor. So now this is the same and our Z is the same. So now this is symmetrical, X and Z divided up. Right? Q, we can turn that off. And now we leave X and Z there. Clay tubes is on. So now when I come in and I'm working on my model, it's working on all the sides. So I only have to do 1/4 of this sculpting. And we have a symmetrical, clean model, X and Z. Super nice. Boop, boop. So when you start to resymmetrize, think about what you actually want symmetrical, and you can save yourself a lot of time by pre-planning that resymmetry. And now I'm just gonna make that come out a little, because we're also going to rotate this at some point, so I want these to break that line so they blend into each other a little easier, because you don't want it all just to slop in there. So just grab it and move it. So if anybody has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. So I'm really here to kind of help answer your questions and stuff, so you're not necessarily stuck with what I'm working on at the moment. I will gladly go into anything that you would like to see. Do not hesitate. You're not bothering me to change the subject from my earring simplification to something that you need. I think sound effects are instrumental to making work. Man, viewers are rough. People come in for like 30 seconds and then they're like, yeah, we're out. Okay. So let us just make sure that we are getting what we need. Move. This is a point because that's making this a spade shape. That's a heart. That needs to come down so that's sharp. Needs to go up a little. All right. You mean the thickness analysis? Yeah. I have it right here. So from thickness, you tell what the minimum and maximum thickness is. 1 to 5 works because it has 8. Right now it has 8 subdivisions. So what you have is, in your preferences down here, we have, where is it? I always lose. Analyze? Nope. Utilities? Nope. Oh, for poo's sake. Performance? Nope. Really? Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, analysis. Isn't there an, okay. So thickness, right? So these colors are your thickness levels, okay? So basically, I have this set at 5 millimeters, okay? My minimum thickness is 1 millimeter. My maximum thickness is 5 millimeters. So anything red is under a millimeter. If it's pink, it's between 1 and 2 millimeters. If it's yellow, it's between 2 and 3 millimeters. Right? 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter, 3 millimeter, 4 millimeter, 5 millimeter. And then if it's this dark blue, it's more than 5 millimeters. So does that make sense? Right? Under, over, 1 mil, 2 mil, 3 mil, 4 mil, 5 mil. And so if it's purple, it's more than 4 mil, right? So it's anywhere between 4 and 5 mil. So this is your color palette. Now we come down here and I go from thickness, minimum thickness 1, maximum thickness 5. And so you can set those to be different things. Like if I had it between 1 millimeter and 2 millimeters, that would be broken up. Then I know that's 1.2 mil, 1.3 mil, 1.4 mil. So it's how you break up these. And I think there's a... in here, I think, so that's 8. So you can change this and it gives you more colors. I think. I never change it because I don't make things more than 5 mil. I mean, I'm always looking for something within that range and I haven't really futzed with it. I can if you want me to at some point, but this is the easiest way to deal with it. So boom, it's broken up in that. So now we go from thickness, right? Minimum number, maximum number, boom. Here, hold on. Let's lower the res just so I don't chug-a-lug through this. So we go boop from thickness. And so you can see here that for the most part, everything is less than a millimeter thick. And then that's between 1 and 2 mil. So there it is. That's how it kind of functions. Now, the tricky thing here is what you have to remember is that like right here, let's hide this. Like see that red there? That's not saying that it's 1 mil from here to here. It's saying that that wall right there is 1 mil. So you have to kind of learn how to look at this, right? Because that is more than a mil. And you can see that that's more than a mil. Actually, you can see that the peach is 1 mil. This is actually more than 2 mil, right? So when you kind of roll this around, you can see that this is about 1 mil, right? Because it's that peach color. That's about 1 mil. And all this red doesn't mean it's this way thicker than 1 mil. Those little wall edges become right here. Let me go here. Let's hold on. No, let's do this. Duplicate. Oh, that's so annoying. All right. It doesn't matter because this isn't really position. I could have just done it over there. It didn't matter. But here, let me do it this way, and I think this will make it a little more clear, right? You're like, oh my God, this is so thin. It's under a mil. It's not. This yellow, you can see that that's more than 2 mil. So, you know, for the most part, you have 2 mil of thickness here. And how, because it's looking at all wall thicknesses. So as we come here, let me take a clay fill, turn paint off, and let's fill these in so you're not getting ridges, right? So it's roughly that thick. Ooh. Anybody know what I just did? And why am I undoing these? What button did I not push? Backface masking. Turn symmetry on. Turn symmetry on. So you can see I'm not really going too much higher than those peaks. I'm not being super careful here. And now let's turn paint back on from thickness. And you can see here we're almost between 3 and 4 mil. So it's doing the edge measurements, right? So you just have to kind of learn how to look at your wall thickness analysis, right? And once you get used to it, you can see what it's doing and you're like, oh, okay, it's not really, everything's below a millimeter, right? Because see, this is tricky because, you know, what you have is it's sort of looking from this point to this point, and it's looking from this point to this point, so it all turns red. But if you're looking at this and you're looking at your edge, and here, let's just, oh no. You know, you can always come in. So if you want to check a specific wall thickness, right? The easiest way to be very accurate, like if it's important that you know a specific, let's say you're going to drive a screw through here or something and you have to know what that thickness is. Just kind of get it to where you want it. Drag out that. And then do update size ratios. So that's 10 mil, you know, that's about 10 mil. And this isn't square, you know, so you're guessing, but your thickness is below a mil, right? So for the most part, the thickness of that is below a millimeter. Now, sliders to subtool does not work the same way. See here, it's 15, 23, 21. Sliders to subtools in Scale Master measures the whole thing, the whole model, no matter what. If you have something hidden, if you don't, it's going to measure everything in that subtool. Where if you use update size ratio, which is in Print Hub, update size ratio. If you use update size ratio, oh, didn't go over that with Brian. That's a big deal. Yeah, I believe it is. Poly paint from thickness. Well, here's the easiest way to figure it out. Yeah, it from thickness control. Yeah, poly paint from thickness. I just pull all this stuff out, so sorry. It's been since the beta, so it's been months, so I don't know where things come from. Thank God they do this where they'll give me the path, because I have no clue where stuff is. So that's why I also sliders the subtool and update size ratio I have pulled out, because they do different things. So, and they're on slightly different algorithms, I think, because you can often get, they round up different. They round up at a different point. So like you can hit slide. No. Escape. That's not what I want to do. Sliders to subtool. Boom, boom. And now let's update size ratio. 15,872, 25,322, 1779, and you can see here this rounds up at 2, so it's 1778. But that's hundredths of millimeters. So don't get caught up in your decimal points when you're looking at scale, because that becomes stupid, not real scale. So I use both of them all the time. They do different things. Righto. Does that make sense to everybody? Delete. Okay. Fill object. Boom. now we're back to my blue. That's why I have these pulled out, so I can get, because it is a poly paint. So it's, oh, no, that's not the one we want. We want that one. There we go. Does that make sense? Yeah, let's go back up here and see who's going over and under. Wow, that's sloppy. Well, no, I see why I did that. I love going back and looking at things and you're like, why in God's name did I do that? I see why I did that. I still think it's a little squirrely, but this might change some. We will see how I feel about it. If anyone has any other questions, please do not hesitate to ask. I am here for you. Oh, that's clay fill. No wonder that was looking weird. Looking weird. What's happening there? That's interesting. Well, I guess it's returning here. Interesting. Because when we remove all the beads, we now have to make slightly more conscientious decisions about where some of these things ride, because it doesn't matter when all the beads are there, because you're, you know, that becomes the visual point of interest. Thank God I live 2 hours south of Seattle, because as much as I touch my eyes and face, I'd be doomed. Let's pull that out. Push that back in. Come on. I see new people are joining us. If there's anyone who has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. You're not necessarily stuck watching me sculpt on redoing these earrings. We can discuss anything you like. Remember, I'm a manufacturer, so if you have questions about rendering and some of that stuff, I may not be very much help. I might know it, but comes to UVs and things like that, don't expect miracles from me, sadly. I'm about printing and manufacturing, so we think about geometry a little different than most of the creature shop and or you know, monster sculptors and creature sculptors. We have slightly different processes. Yeah, come on. So what we're doing is, this was part of the first line of earrings that we did. And when you're doing lines of jewelry, lots of people just keep making new work and new work and new work. And what you start to do is wind up with a Denny's menu of style, where if you've established a concrete style, it's better to stay within that style and offer options. So these started out as fairly big earrings. And as you'll notice, I'm simplifying the forms, removing all of the mill grain stuff, and creating like cleaner versions of what we have. So they're cleaner and smaller. So they'll have less surface detail, like most of the mill grain is going to be removed. And then, but the forms are what people are attracted to. So this allows a much easier entry into a second purchase on the parts because it's already something they like. And now we can do something that's a smaller ring so they can wear it with scarves and stuff. Up here in Seattle, we have, sweater weather a lot. And my business partner who wanted to do this line of jewelry initially, she is from Los Angeles, and she was like, hey, let's do all these big earrings. And that's cool. And the big earrings are fun. And not that that's a bad call. But what she discovered is trying to get into local boutiques and stuff, a lot of people are like, the earrings are too big because if I wear it with a scarf, it gets all caught in the scarf. And if, I'm wearing winter coats, it gets caught on my collar. And so we didn't have a broad spectrum of the smaller parts. So now with the second run of the line, we will do the pieces that we're selling, right? And this also allows us to take the forms that people liked, make a smaller form function, simplify it, because sometimes you don't need something that, or you don't want something that's that busy, right? So this way you can have something of a similar style, except it's a simpler surface detail. And that makes it makes being able to get repeat customers easily without turning into a Denny's menu where there's 700 million things, or the freeways on the side of the road, or the restaurants on the side of the road that have menus that are 6 pages long, and you can get chow mein, spaghetti, a hamburger, and apple pie, and where it's just like, how many of you have sat and just stared at a menu and you're like, I have no idea. So this allows you to stay within the same menu, or the same smaller menu, and still have options within. It just makes it easier to shop. And if you have brand loyalty, it allows you to give people an opportunity to buy new things without it becoming just absolute chaos. And that's a big problem, is Denny menuism. So you can see that I use clay tubes, sort of like a rake tool. So with the lines on the surface, I can see the complexity of compound surfaces. I'm getting a good reflection to show me, where my surfaces are. It's sort of what rake is supposed to be, because if any of you are physical sculptors, your first run is always with the toothed clay loop. And what those lines do is they cast a lot of different shadows. And so you can see the very fine subtleties of what's happening to a surface. Then you come back and rake those off. My poor broken mind. Well, kind of like Victorian Baroque. It's sort of, because Baroque doesn't have a lot of mill grain, but she liked, when we started just making forms, she wound up liking the mill grain stuff. And then if you're not a jeweler, mill grain's all the little beads. And from there, we fiddled around, and a lot of it is, you know, I made hundreds of options, and then my business partner clicked or chose out of the group, and it just sort of evolved into these things, because it originally started out as sort of deco-y, and then it got weirder. Hey, Julia. As far as I go, honestly, these are shapes that I see in my head quite often. I mean, most of this stuff, I very expressly try to avoid looking at other people's work. So a lot of my inspiration comes from architecture and things like that. I tend to, like I said, avoid looking at others' work because I don't want to what is going on there? I don't want to accidentally be plagiarizing, because it's funny, you know, a lot of people who get knocked off, what they don't understand is often it's not, hey, look at that part, I love it. It's, hey, I've, you know, looked at 100 parts and my brain stuck on the pattern that I really liked, and I've incorporated some of that into my work because it was something that, you know, I found appealing. You know, yeah, it happens. I mean, I've caught myself where, you know, there's a couple pieces that I just absolutely love, and then every once in a while, like, you catch yourself and you're creeping up to that, and you're like, oh man, come on. And so I do think it's something that if you try to have any integrity whatsoever, you can get design creep. And, you know, if I did this and this happened to be like a door knocker off of, you know, a cathedral or something, well, I don't feel too bad. That's inspiration. That's not copying. Well, even that can become copying, but I think that everything I do, I take and try to make mine in, you know, a pretty big way. So, but yeah, I think design creep can be an issue, because there are people who, you know, have seen stuff and then all of a sudden they get busted for copyright infringement, and you're like, well, wait a minute. And then you're like, oh yeah, I did see that like 5 years ago. And it really can be like that. But nowadays, it's usually just a weak-minded douchebag who doesn't want to design, and they steal your designs. So there's a bit of both. But, you know, I try to have a lot of integrity as far as plagiarism and copying, because I get knocked off a lot, and it's really damn annoying. And I don't want to be in a position where I get contacted with a cease and desist, and they're like, hey, douchebag. And you're like, oh, because you do it too many times, and people remember, you know. Well, people used to remember. And these days, not much matters anymore. There is no wrong. As long as you can get away with it, no one cares. Didn't go to jail, so it must be okay. But I would say be careful if you don't have a pretty defined aesthetic. Be careful about copying other people's work. Now, if you're just learning, if you're trying to learn, copying is incredibly important. But I would not copy jewelry. I would copy objects, like a bug or something. Because if you are just learning, you have to be able to have something that you can compare to see where you're not seeing correctly. Because at the end of the day, sculpting is learning to see. Because what you're doing is you're taking two-dimensional, well, pseudo three-dimensional forms that you're seeing. You're converting it here into a two-dimensional form. And so what you, I mean, yes, this is three-dimensional, but this is not actually three-dimensional. You can't hold it in your hand. And there is a difference between this and a three-dimensional form. A true three-dimensional object. Yeah, it's tricky, I guess. Integrity is a big deal, at least in my book, because it's such not a big deal in the world today that, and especially since I claim myself to be a teacher, I think it becomes very important that, you know, if I'm saying something, you know, there should be some truth behind it. Or why would people listen to me? And, you know, I will never be an influencer because I don't look good in a tank top, and I refuse to be toxic. And it seems like that's the only thing that's respected these days is, you know, extreme toxicity. You know, I think it's important. You know, I had fantastic teachers. And so, you know, I'm in teaching to try to get people to learn something, you know, because, I mean, I had great teachers, and I wouldn't be doing what I do without, you know, some really good input. And CalArts was a fantastic place. And even before CalArts, I had some people who were just very generous with information. And, you know, the whole pay it back, pay it forward thing, I just think it's important because a lot of what we know as knowledge, you know, keeps disappearing and then getting rediscovered because everyone thinks, you know, these things are trade secrets, and it's just like, oh, well, you know, if I can keep you from learning, then I'm going to have an advantage on you in the workplace. Well, you know, that's true. But I think that I'd rather teach every single one of you how to sculpt better because, well, nothing personal. None of you are going to do what I do as well as I do it, but you're going to do what you do 1,000 times better than me. And so it's like, just, you know, have your own voice, discover your own, you know, place, and, you know, make art. And, I mean, Montefello, the other thing, you know, I don't necessarily discuss it here, but the psychotropes were a very big part of when I was learning and how I perceive the world and stuff like that. So I will give them the credit they deserve. I don't go into it much here because, you know, this isn't my site. This is a company, and I don't want to, you know, guilt by association to a corporate thing, but that has a lot to do with it as well. Like I said, these are forms and shapes that are in my head, and, you know, they're in my head for a reason. If that makes any sense. I already got it. Thanks. Bye. I figured as much. ba-doop, boop, ba-doop, boop. Tom and Jerry cartoons, that's what it's all about. The universal futility of trying to catch that thing. Jerry. How to land your first job? Well, to be deadly honest, it's a lot easier now because you're online. You know, just get, you know, if you have nothing else, hold on, let's go to ArtStation. You know, build your ArtStation. You know, make an ArtStation page. And the nice thing about the ArtStation pages are, hold on, you can come here. And you have that. And you can break it up to different things. Here's a resume. And you can break your thing here, resume, skills, the films that I worked on, you know, software proficiency, digital sculpting, da 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 da. And honestly, you know, these are lists of jobs. I didn't capitalize that. You can tell that I'm real proficient with by representation. At the most part, I don't get jobs through resumes or anything anymore. People know me, but here, and there is, like, on ArtStation, there are, hold on. There's job boards on ArtStation. And they cover a broad spectrum of stuff. And then if you're doing jewelry, you know, get on the jewelry forums, look up jewelry job listing, CAD design jewelry. You know, I'd say that's the easiest way to get out there. The other thing is make friends with people who are doing the job you want to do and be around, right? Like if you want to work at, in Hollywood, it's much harder to get the job if you live in Idaho, right? You know, if you live in Hollywood, often people are like, oh, well, I don't know. Well, he can be in tomorrow. All right, boom. Because most places, until you're established, most places are going to want to work under their roof, right? Now, more established artists often can work from home or whatever because people know that there's going to be output, right? Yeah, I'm going to say that still the little Keurigs or whatever don't make great coffee. Sadly, I really am a coffee snob. It's horrible. You know, good Ethiopian pour over. Great stuff. Keurig, not so much. Because at home, I use my own beans. Here, I'm stuck with the prepackaged Keurig flavors. And I mean, I guess I've had worse coffee, but rough. But I think proximity is one of the things that people miss a lot. Like in the jewelry world, go to local jewelers and see, you know, if anybody needs CAD work. And then like just talking to people and, you know, people being familiar. Because, I mean, most of the jobs I get are from people I know or from people who know people I know. A friend of mine worked in the film industry, and the film that I got my 30 days on was Congo, and a friend of mine was working on it, and he told Mr. Ritterhausen to call us. And he did. And I wouldn't have even known to bring, at that time, I did have a resume and a portfolio. And it was a friend of mine on the crew who was like, oh, you know, you should come in and at least show them your resume. So if they do need, because he knew that the film was going to hire up. And he was like, that way, you know, you're in the loop of people who could be hired. No, it's nice. Your effects are really nice. I would say look at your positioning a little more, because like you lose, this sort of looks like it's coming out of the bottom of his hand because of your negative space, right? And I think that that line going, so you have this as your face line, right? This is coming in. I think maybe get it to where you actually see this, the top of the mouth a little more. Also, once again, I'm assuming that's a foot maybe? Like see, there's this right here, maybe that's a knee and that's a foot. This becomes a little unclear right here. So maybe reaching more so the hand is in this negative space, right? And then give me something there so I know what's happening down there. Can I change color? Hold on. This is a new tool for me, so I don't. Where is line draw? No, it's not easy to change color. Sorry. You know, because you're pointing at this empty space right here. Like this right here is, you know, your main focal. Because all of these things are, you know, this line's pointing, that line's pointing, that's pointing. Right. And then you have this kind of light area right here. And not that that's a bad thing. I just think these guys need a little bit more positive negative space separation a little. But it looks great. Did you go into Photoshop as well? So did you, how is it rendered? What did you use to render it? Yeah, getting your first job is usually the hardest thing because people hire who they know. And you might be more talented than the person they hire, but if I know for a fact that that person is going to do 4 hours of solid work a day, where, you know, you might be great, but it's only as far as progression goes, not the amount of hours you work. You know, so I can view what he does as 4 hours a day. But what you do is, you know, 8 hours a day, but on the third day, you only do an hour. And then on the fifth day, you do 6 hours of productivity. And then on the third day, you do 2 hours. But this person does 4 hours, and I know that. Well, when I'm hiring and I only need someone to cover 4 hours of productivity, then I know that I can get them to do that. Like there was a guy who I would hire a lot in Hollywood, and he was not the greatest sculptor in the world. But he would do every crap job that I needed him to do. And he wouldn't gripe about it. Where if I hired a bunch of the good sculptors or great sculptors, a lot of them are prima donna turds who don't want to sculpt rocks or tree bark. And so they get crabby, and I don't get, you know, 6 hours of work out of them. I get 2 hours of work because they're spending 4 hours yelling at me because they want to do the hero piece. And so you don't hire them. But if I have one hero piece, well, I can hire one of them to work on that. But then they're going to shift to rocks and, you know, they're crabby. So it really is who you know, because then you can balance the workload of hiring right? If I know I'm getting X, Y, and Z from these people, I can then build that puzzle piece to equal 100, if that makes sense. Yeah, you just have to do it. I mean, one, don't lie. Don't inflate. Because if you get caught in it, and let me tell you, I've caught so many people lying. I've had a lot of people present my work to me as things they've done. Don't do that. I mean, you can fluff what you've done, but don't lie. Because let me tell you, these people know. I knew what people did. And if I didn't know, I'd call the person who ran that job because I know them, Sculpting world's a small world. And let me tell you, it's pretty easy to find out if someone actually did something they claimed. So be honest, right? Work your balls off and get good, if that makes any sense. Let your talent do it. And if you're learning, that's fine. You don't have to be the best when you come out, but just be solid and work. The key is just work, because, man, and now I'm going to sound like another old person, but people today are so friggin' lazy. What people think a day's work is madness to me. Man, in the film industry, first thing they would do, we'd start working overtime. So we start doing 12-hour days, and then we do 12-hour days, 7 days a week. So now we're instantly into golden time. And then we would work 12-hour days, 7 days a week for months. And if you're late, you're late once, you can lose your job from that, because people want these jobs. These are desirable jobs. So get in there, bust it until you can't see straight. Then, as you climb the ladder, you start to have the freedoms of being able to, get past some of that stuff. But, I worked 12, 15, whatever years in the film industry. I was late twice, and both were because of car accidents. And I think I missed 4 or 5 days of work. 2 of them were because I missed planes on location. You just, in Hollywood, you're not allowed to miss that stuff, because, once again, I'm planning for X amount of work out of someone today. And one person can throw an entire film off loop, And now all of a sudden I'm not delivering what I'm saying my crew can deliver. Now I stop losing those jobs, which are worth a fortune to me. You just get it. If you work, you're going to be so far ahead of so many people. And don't crab. If you get a job painting gray for 14 hours a day, paint gray, shut up, collect your check, because people are going to be like, oh, you know what? They're not going to be like, oh, look, that douchebag only paints gray. They're going to be like, look, I needed someone to paint gray and he did it. Yay. So that's very hard. Perpetuum, what do you want to do? Honestly, I would say take a structured course. I don't know what you want to do, but one of the best courses, especially if you want anything to do with figurative work, like animation or something like that, taking Shane Olson's class is probably one of the most, because my courses aren't up yet. I'm still working on mine. But Shane, what I love about Shane's course is it's stylized characters, but not only is it teaching you how to use the tools, and he's very clear and concise. He does very good videos as far as just technically, he's very good at explaining things. But how he has you block forms up out of basic shapes, what you start to learn is what shapes are things made out of, right? And you start to look at something. You can look at a real horse, and what he trains you to do is identify that into circle, sphere, triangle, form, cone, blah, 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 quick. And then you can get in there, get it posed, and then you can work on the thing. And I think that that also works for if you're designing cars or whatever you want to work on, learning to identify form and what shapes make up a total form. And I think Shane teaches it better than anyone that I know. There are people who teach very good, like Paul's class is very good about learning every little step and very, it's very informative. But I mean, he's one of the people who works on the program, so he knows every time I deal with Paul, I learn things that I haven't learned. I've been using this for 16 years. But how he trains people to identify form, I think is really, here, let me show you this. Shane Olson. So one, Shane streams, right? So if you just watch Shane stream, I would really start just watching a lot of ZBrush Live, to be deadly honest, because I don't necessarily know what you want to know. But 3D Character Workshop, like these are his students, and like I said, this is stylized character work, but his technique lessons are very clear, concise, and they're developed very well, so they build on one another very well. And he doesn't have the hold on, let's do a Google image search. How he teaches people block up. Right, you can see how you're identifying. See, he starts with a skeleton here, and here are forms, and you can see forms. And just how he trains you to see the shapes and forms. So you look a lot at silhouette and negative space and posing. And he just does a great job of conveying. You can see the face. He breaks. All those are different subtools. Or at least different parts. I don't know if they're necessarily different subtools. But you start to create the forms, the shapes. You got the muscle structure. So you learn that even in something that's incredibly stylized, right? This is very smooth, very simple, actually comes from very complex understanding of form. And I think he teaches it better than anyone I know right now. Yeah, his class is it's very good. But wrapping your head around what he's teaching as far as form, I think is great. Let's look at this. Boop. Do you have a picture of just the base model so I can see the topology? What are you trying to retopologize? So I assume you're starting with the base model, taking it into Photoshop and doing paint overs. I was recommending Shane Olson's course. Even if you are not necessarily trying to do stylized character work, right? What I was telling him is that you can see here that even these very simple shapes are actually created. The simple forms are created through the understanding of complex forms. And how he teaches block up, how to understand positive and negative space, pose, motion, contrapposto, and his technique, the technique part of his class is a very understandable, logical, step-by-step progression to be able to generate forms. And I just think he's a very clear communicator. What is this? Is it? Okay, so oh yeah. I'm sorry. I thought this was sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, so you painted it in ZBrush. Oh yeah, here that's nice. I don't know anything about Blender, but I believe you. I mean, it looks good. Everyone yells at me because I don't know anything about Blender. I'm like, I use ZBrush. Sorry, I don't know. And I'm sure that I mean, like I said, Blender, I'm sure is a perfectly good program, but people yell at me all the time about it. People are aggro about it. I'm like, look, man, I don't. I'm a sculptor. I can't prompt my way out of a paper bag, and it's taken me 16 years to get competent in ZBrush. I can't even imagine trying to learn another program. I've opened it, and it's a little bit too much like a CAD program for me. Where are we? Viper 3D art. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Viper. Oh, it said Pixologic. I thought that was one of the... Show me edging. I don't like manually creating damage everywhere. I want to mask the edges and stamp alphas for edge damage. I understand the concept of you wanting to use alphas. Honestly, and I know you don't want to hear this, honestly, I would do all of it by hand. And I understand that it's not as fast per se, but what it becomes is something unique. I mean, I can show you how to use an alpha if that's what you're... hold on, let's look here. Show me edging. I don't like manually creating damage everywhere. I want to mask the edges, then stamp alphas for edge damage. All right, so you're saying something like armor or something in that vein. You want, instead of coming in, let me get some edges here. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the exactitude of what you're asking. So if we have an edge, you don't want to come in and like do your own little... No, I don't have enough geometry for this, do I? I should. Wow, why is that? Did I stretch this out? That's 10 million polys. We should have more than that. Whatever. So you don't want to come in and here. Sorry, I'm always just trying to do these things quick so I can get to it. Delete. Okay. Come here. Frame. Turn symmetry off. Boom. Delete hidden. Lower. Delete hidden. Why are you taking that one? Now, if you're talking about the direct edges, you might be kind of screwed on that one. You might, hold on, close holes. Duplicate, delete higher, close holes, Divide. Higher res. Boom. Project all. Because if you're talking about the edge, I think you might be stuck using trim dynamic, because an alpha is, yeah, even now, like for the creases and cuts, you might be able to get away with it. But if you were just trying to ding that edge, see, the problem is alphas in particular are directional, right? They are reacting 90 degrees with the camera, right? Or your world view, your camera view. So it is applying at that 90 degrees. Does that make sense? So you'd have to get your angle sort of set out and then drag onto it. And I don't think it's going to knock that edge off. I think it's going to just... Well, it may be, I mean, dude, I hand sculpt scales. I mean, I don't, and to be deadly honest, that's why I'm well known for what I do, because it's a dramatic difference. Sadly, in a lot of ways, you know, there aren't a ton of shortcuts around stuff, because, you know, if you're going to, like, now, hold on, let me see if... Let's go to ZBrush real quick, because I don't have alphas for this. This isn't, like I said, I hand sculpt everything because I'm a lunatic. Pixologic. Learn. No. Support. Resources. Alphas. Textiles and paint. Let's go back to textures. Maybe we have something that's a little bit more. Sadly, I don't have my texture library on this machine. Images. Come on. You're not giving me alphas, are you? I have an entire... Noman used to put out this like 5 CD set, or actually it might have even been more than that. And it was all of these, okay, here, close enough. Come on. I'm just going to see how to get. Oh, you're a pain in the butt. Print screen. You know how you might be able to do it. Hold on. Let's see if this Control save. you might, but see, then it's going to get super repetitive. It does. I don't think that, I don't know. I mean, there are entire libraries of them. Like I said, I don't use them much. I hand sculpt everything. And you'll find a lot of the production facilities you're going to do a lot more hand sculpting than you think you're going to do. But let's grab standard. Go to alpha, import, documents. And like I said, I have a lot of stuff. Where'd it go? For crap's sake. Okay, here, let's just do this. And we're going to just use this. I just want to see if it's going to allow us to escape. Freeform alpha. That has different tone values. Okay. If you do it along the edge, you know, depending on your repeat, you may be able to get away with it. Right, so technically I guess you could do that, but I don't understand how. I mean, honestly, you know, that just becomes so much more interesting. Now, let me see if this works. So if we come frame W, stop it, plane. Divide. Clay tubes. Now let's see, we go. I want to do this with standard. I don't want to completely destroy my damn clay tube settings. I did that the other night, and I have no idea what I did. So if you... Damn it. So if you get kind of a dent in there, we go get our brush a little bigger, extractor from brush, clean, well, now, always have to remember that. Whenever you do extractor, it goes all the way, frame, damn it. It goes all the way from the past history. We started this as a star. We need, hold on, where are we? we have to go back to where this is unsculpted. One more, there we go. Make history there. Hit down control, tap that. Because it was going all the way back to the point we were a star. Extractor brush. No, you have to come back to here. Extractor brush, from brush. Crap, change the size. And I need to make my focal shift there. Extractor from brush. Let's try that. All right. So now, boom. I mean, if you just have such, you know, you have curved surfaces, I just don't know how, like, I guess you could, you know, so you can do something like that, but you're going to need to create a longer pattern. So let's come back to here. Frame. Let's undo. No. But see, you're always going to get a repeat. So you got to be careful how far your repeat is. Standard square. Come here. And let's extractor from brush. Okay, that'll give us much less of a repeat. Control Z. Make my brush smaller. That is brush smaller. So you can see your repeat would be less. Maybe something like that. I mean, I guess you can, you know, the problem is if you're doing an edge like this, I just don't know how you could apply your textures any more quickly than you would by, you know, that. Because you still have to. Does that make sense? Well, and there are tons of, I mean, you know, there are tons of texturing tools. So like under, where is it? Surface. There is noise. And there are all kinds of, there are noise settings. Right, so plaid, these are all different things. You can, is there scratches, speckled stone? Like I said, I don't use these, so let's just do, what's turbulence? Okay, did it apply anything? You have to get the scale right. Here, let's get something that's do something that is what I know dense. There you go. Problem is this is, hold on, cancel. You need to get this in here so we can see it on it. There we go. You know, you can change the noise scale there. You know, that's a way to get general detail. Now, the other thing to remember with Noisemaker, hold on, let's cancel, is that if you only want it on the edges, you can come mask. But you know, at the time it takes you to mask this, you just ran over each of those edges, right? Let's see, boom, boom. Noise. Let's want it bigger. Take the strength down. Right, so you get a little beating up. Say okay. But then you have to apply to mesh. And so now you got some turbulence there. Right? And so that masked off all that, but the edges are beat up a little. And there are ways you can you can bring in patterns. See, like there's open, but you have to make a Z and M. There's a way to make your own. I like I said, I just don't use it, so I don't know. But Noisemaker might be what you're looking for, because you can see you can change within it, right? You can change a lot of these, and this gives you the interactive update, so you can change your offsets, and it'll update it and show you the patterns and all of that. So, you know, and you know, this is all kinds of crap. What's dense? Okay. Did we choose dense? Is that what we were doing before? Oh, I think I got us into something. So, you know, and then sadly I would come back over with like SK trim or something and give myself some calm spots. Oh, this isn't applied to mesh. That's why it's, there we go. You know, but at the end of the day, if you're doing this, then, you know, you're still going over things. But anytime I do textures, I tend to come back over and flatten. It gives you a nice contrast. You have calm and but only be inward. I'm sure you can. You know, within here, I'm sure there is a way. I'm sorry. I don't, like I said, I don't use this. I think this is probably your best bet in that case, though. Delete. Come back. Back. One more, two more. There we go. Okay. So, noise plugin. Hold on. Canceled. Do we... How come that's not a checkerboard? That's still... So, well, yeah, here's X offset, Z offset. So, okay, so you only want to go in, so is that Z? We're front, so that's Z. Let's change Z scale to, wow, that's pretty cool. Actually, that sort of looks like Damascus. That's pretty rad, actually. I have no idea what I'm doing. Mix, multiply, differential, minimum, maximum. You know, there are just so many things in here. And then if you get into the plugin, there are all these see offset. And it'll give you a live interactive depth, maybe. That's not it. Yeah, see, that's why, as said, I would tend to come back with SK trim and apply to mesh. And that is giving you that kind of surface on the top. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Like I said, I don't use these, so I'm not quite sure. Okay, hold on. Let me catch up with everything. Oh, well, I wasn't talking about edge mat. Yes, you can very easily do that. You can search movie's name. Is this just someone spamming us? I don't like that. Yeah. Thanks, Chan, but okay. Where is that? Yes, they do. Recommendation. Okay, so Julia, give me a second. Well, the interface is a little chaos. It is. But you can create your own. Like, I have all the tools I use out here. So my interface is fine for me. I'm not digging around in folders and stuff. And once you get used to it, it's actually not horrible. The thing is that Ulfer is a very kind man who really wants the people who use ZBrush to use ZBrush. So he kept all of these things that are legacy, right? Like markers. You know, no one uses markers anymore, blah, 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 blah. But there are people who use it in those ways. So he didn't turn any of the users obsolete. So it has a lot of stuff out here. But you get used to, you know what? You get used to the interface. Yeah. But yeah, the interface is the number one learning what's interface anxiety. So this anxiety over the interface and trying to find what you want when you're first starting is what freaks people out to the point where they might quit because it's bizarro. And so that's why learning to do the things that you need to do the work you do, and then finding the other tools, pulling them out, so you wind up with an interface that has the tools that you use. It'd be really nice if they did what Photoshop does, where you have like an animation interface and then an illustration interface and then a web design interface. So you get rid of a lot of the stuff that you don't necessarily use, but it's all there You just have to change the interface thing. But also, these aren't things that I use necessarily, so I don't even know where to look for them. And so that's why, you know, I might not be the best person in the world to ask that. But because like I said, I'm a manufacturer, and I find that it's better for me to spend the time and by hand knock down all those edges, because the problem with using alphas is that, one, they repeat. Two, other people use the same alphas. And you start to recognize alpha packs, right? It's like, oh, I know where you got those. Oh, I know where you got those. Well, I do it all by hand. And like I said, I even do scales. Like I will come in, grab clay tubes, turn it very far down, and I will do sort of a crisscross pattern. And this allows me to change, that's a little big, but this allows me to change the scale of my scales. And then I just come in and I literally start doing this. And I have a sort of technique that makes it a little quicker, but it's not quick. I come in and I literally lay in every scale. But my stuff doesn't look machine made, right? I mean, the problem with using alphas and stuff is you wind up with things that look like they're alphas, right? So let's go to ArtStation and let's look at my little snake here. And you know, it's repetitive because, well, I mean, it's symmetrical, and these are individual rings, so they do repeat, but it looks handcrafted, right? I mean, when you see them in person, they, because of the different polish and stuff, and because I went in, it's not perfect. And that's the problem with alphas, is that they tend to be perfect. And your brain is looking for perfection, but if it finds perfection too fast, then it stops looking, right? So I tend to spend the time and create handcrafted, you know, master objects. But if you're doing stuff for the film industry or the animation industry, it's a completely different thing, and you know, using that could be very useful. Can you generate noise? Yes. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I did. Like I said, I'm sure you can make it go in one direction. I just don't know how to do it. Into the noise menu, you know what? You're going to have to look it up. I know there's a way to do it. Like I said, that's the 10th time I've opened the noise menu. Because sadly, if I were to use that, I need things that seem right. And if you want them to seem correctly, like if you want it to go all the way around the object, you have to get your UV seams correctly. And me sitting down, trying to figure out how to use the UV, break it up where I want to break it up, then apply the noise, and then go in and mess up the noise, it's just easier for me to just sculpt it. Now, I'm quick at what, not like you'd ever know by these things, but I'm quick at what I do, so that doesn't kill me. But you know, I work on my time frame, you know. So I'm not in a job that's asking me to do, you know, 15 characters a day or something like that, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, I guess, but I think that would be just as confusing with as much crap as in here. And if you changed all this to Maya menus, I would murder everyone in the world, because I don't know crap about Maya menus, and I just spent 16 years in this interface, and I would lose my mind if someone completely just came in and changed my interface. And that's why he doesn't do it, because, you know, a lot of us use this, and, you know, sadly, yet absolutely magnificently, they add new stuff every year. And so it's just this growing. It's like Photoshop. I don't know. we had pre-release Photoshop at school before it actually was released to the market. It might as well have been, you know, MS Paint. And then when they released it, and now Photoshop is such a beast, you know, I mean, it's huge, but they do have that interface change thing, which I think yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. I'm actually a sculptor. So being able to completely change the user interface, like if I could start with a blank slate and put the 5 things I wanted into it, and then be able to, you know, go to a window and be able to drag the things in and do it, you know, where I set up, you know, that would be great. But I don't know how hard that is. I don't know what that means. You know, it's like, you know, I want to pull these menus out, but you can't pull the menus out, like have it in a different screen, because then it uses GPU, not just CPU. And if they use GPU, then certain computers wouldn't be able to run ZBrush. And the whole point of ZBrush is that you can use it on a slow computer as well as a high computer. You know, they're trying to get the most usage. It's tricky. You know, development's tricky. I don't know what you mean by Mudbox being 3D. I mean, I tried to use Mudbox and it was like sculpting with a hot dog. I couldn't stand it. You know, I mean, the thing is, Viper, is that, you know, you're used to other software packages. And so you're trying to get this interface to be the other software packages, right? See, I used Modo, and like ZModeler is very similar to how Modo works. So ZModeler was very simple for me to pick up because it's basically a less detailed version of what Modo is. But if you were using Rhino, it has nothing to do with how Rhino works. And like jewelers are mostly coming out of Rhino. And so they want, oh, why isn't it this, 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 and this? And so I understand, you know, it's this interface creepage, and sure, it'd be great if all interfaces were unified and blah, blah, blah. But I would say spend the time, drag out the 10 things you need, make a menu, and just go from there. And don't get caught up on the interface. And I know that's easy to say because, like I said, I've been using this interface for 16 years now. But it was something that I had to wrap my head around. Now, I was a physical sculptor before I started using ZBrush, and I'd use Photoshop some because I did a lot of montage stuff. And so, you know, going from Photoshop to this was, you know, alien, but I didn't use 3D programs really. And so luckily this is sort of the interface I trained in. But also, you know, there was a lot less stuff in it 16 years ago, and now they just keep putting more and more and more in. And it's so convoluted because there's so much crap it can do. And it's trying to retain legacy. So, because seriously, if you change this to a Maya menu tomorrow, I would lose my mind and I would come and hunt you down. So, you know, because this is the interface that I changed 2 menus. And it took me 6 months and I still screwed it up after that because those were the muscle reactions. Man, every time I go through beta, they introduce a bunch of stuff and I'm just like, oh my God, I don't even know how to even wrap my head around thinking about using that, you know? So it's tricky, you know? I guess so. I mean, once again, I think that has a lot. All of these are 2D. I'm a sculptor, man. All of these are 2D. Every single interface is 2D. It's 2-dimensional. It's not 3-dimensional. So, yeah, once again, I think a lot of it is just, you know, getting used to that interface. I mean, I don't, it rotates. I don't see where that's any less or more 3D than anything else. I mean, it's 3D, Okay, hold on. Oh, Julia, you still here for articles book? It's getting close, actually. Yes. I don't have too much more time. Julia, tell me if you're still here. Okay, let's get back down here real quick. Evaluate if the shape is balanced and can stand. No. There isn't really a tool. A lot of that is just learning center of gravity. I mean, it's something, I started out as a sculptor, or as a physical sculptor. So, after literally 42 years of sculpting. It's just something you start to learn. Now you can, hold on, let me see if I have a figure here. Really what you learn, you just draw a line through the center of the body, look and look and look. Look at your model, look at the print, look at the model, look at the print. But there's nothing that within ZBrush that analyzes like stability or weight distribution. Okay. I think that's just getting used to looking at it. I'm sorry, there's... Yeah, Rhino. I'd rather shoot myself in the face than use Rhino anymore. All right. So we don't have a whole lot more time. Yeah, but I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's just, the thing is this, is that, it's like learning a new game. You might move your mouse this way and move your mouse this way, and that takes you right and that takes you left. But there's no game that moves the same as another game. You just get used to that game, And I think it's that this interface is convoluted, and it's not the same as other interfaces. So it takes learning, and, it's just, I don't know. I guess, like, and I'm not dumping on you or anything, trust me, I had to learn this too, and I didn't have a computer referencing. I literally, I had a loop tool. My best tools were 800 years old, literally. And so I went from, beautiful chisels to this friggin' thing. I'm like, what? And so I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, there comes a point where you just go, bite down, make your menu, and start working. And as a physical sculptor, I have tried the other programs. I've tried, well, I think it was even pre-alpha testing on Maya's artisan tools. And that was, every time they came back to me, I was like, yeah, you need more mesh density. And they're like, we're paying you. And I'm like, you need more mesh density. If you only have 4 polygons, you're not going to tell the difference between a U shape and a V shape. I was not a very popular alpha tester, by the way, or whatever it was. But, as someone who's never gone into Maya, Maya's the same thing. It does everything in the damn universe. So, I think worrying about the interface and letting the interface keep you from working, it doesn't do you any good. I think that if you are going to try to do sculptural objects digitally, I think that if you're only doing simple things or whatever, the other programs, I guess, can do it. But Mudbox, like I said, is like sculpting with a friggin' hot dog. 3D tools or clay tools or whatever that's called. That's a $30,000 program with the haptic arm. And that's sculpting with a hot dog. Literally, it's like the tool is a damn hot dog. You know, so as a physical sculptor, I have not found anything that is comparable as far as being able to generate objects that come out. I also have yet to find a company that's more willing to work with the people to get the tools in there and correct, right? So, you know, like I said, there are bugs. It doesn't do something. I just go and do it a different way. I don't, you know. And with ZBrush, you got to get a little more organic because it does weird stuff. And but, you know, when I was doing things in other programs, they did weird stuff. It was just different weird stuff. I don't know. Don't have answers for you on that one, man. Hey, I found your noise. What do you want from me? No. All right. Oh, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get into it, because I mean, I get Blender users who come in and who are just obstinate turds, and they're just like, well, I can do this and they can do that. Ah, dude, I don't care. They're like, oh, you should try Blender. I'm like, there is no way in the world I'm going to try to learn another program. I've been involved with getting this program to do exactly what I want to do with it. So let me tell you, this is my tool. I spent 16 years trying to get this to be a production tool, and let me tell you, it's now here. We spent 13 years to get folders. Ooh, we got them. So the folders weren't very important to many people, I guess, but they're so. And when I see people not using folders, I'm like, what are you doing? You don't know how hard it was to get that in there.
It's been a while since I used Maya, but all I remember is it crashing anytime I didn't want it to. Get like 2 hours of work done and it's just gone in a blink of an eye.
So, I don't understand the whole thing about those are more 3D than this. I don't understand what that issue is. Yeah, Julia, pop in next week. Oop.
Is that the alarm?
2:45. Got about 15 minutes.
Linux build.
I'm sorry, Julia. It's yeah, there are books. Next week. Come in next week and we'll work that out. Sorry, normally I'd have more time. It's just Pavlovich is coming on at 4 and I need to be out, so the machine needs to be able to retitle, and it takes about 30 minutes. So I need to be gone by then.
I mean, maybe you can link your social media and get it done before the next week.
No, it's easier just to show. Yeah, no, I'm just, are you talking about like, because I mean, I've used Mudbox and I've used some of these other programs. I don't understand what you're saying that it started as a 2.5D program, but you rotate the model and the other models. I don't see how that is any more 3D than this. Or are we discussing something else? I mean, I'm not being bitching and back and forth. I don't think I'm understanding that, because as someone who is a physical sculptor who's used to 3D objects, all of these are BS. They're all two-dimensional. And there's absolutely no issues exporting. I mean, that's all I do. I've made a living of exporting things out of this program and having beautiful 3D objects on the outside. So I'm not quite wrapping my head around what that is. Thank you. Sorry. Yep. At 4. He comes on at 4. I mean, what is, you know, I mean, what is the, I mean, none of these workspaces are 3D, right? I mean, is it because there's not a grid in it? I mean, you put a grid in it. I mean, what is it? I'm interested. I'm not back and forthing. I'm literally interested in how you're saying that any of those interfaces are more 3D.
You have a slight stream delay.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
I should probably fix that for you, huh?
I don't know what it is.
It's OBS is streaming like I think 2 minutes behind.
Yeah, it's screwing me dead. It's
Yeah.
like, geez, it's the most annoying thing in the universe.
I'll take a look at it before you deconstruct and then see if I can fix that. Because that's a pretty severe delay.
So you're just saying you like the shaders better in those? Yeah, I mean, trust me, I understand the difference of how those objects are read, and that's why ZBrush can have a 150 million poly model, where if you try to open that in any other program in the world, it blows up because it's actually trying to think of everything. But visually speaking, I mean, hold on, let's just.
Yeah, there's some more info that you posted.
Oh, you're not talking about how it sees. Okay. I'm like, I don't care what the code is. It's fake 3D. It looks, we were talking about exactly the opposite things. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know crap about the code. Like I said, can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. Don't know how to do it. People are always just like, write a script. I'm like, here's a chisel and a block of wood. Sculpt a head. I mean, you're asking the same thing, man.
When I was designing games, I hated scripts so much because they were always like, here's the easy stuff that you can make games with. I'm like, cool. And they're like, all right, now here's the stuff you have to work with. And it's just red text everywhere. You do nothing right. You fix one thing, you break 4 things.
Yeah, welcome to actually learning how to do your job.
Oh, dude, that sucks.
Well, welcome to it. You whiny. I want to use this. No one in the world uses it. Shut up and do what they tell you to do.
I'm glad Python actually took off too, because Python's now super easy.
I'm just so confused about the 3D thing. Because, I mean, it's like, okay, let's look at this object. Hold on, let's go to Maya.
Ooh, that looks cool.
Oh my god, hold on.
It tells people what button you're pushing.
Well, a lot of people were like, how did you get there? I'm like, there, that's what I did. I don't know.
I was watching it before and I saw Control Z, 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 and I was just like, what the heck is going on with my screen?
Yeah, I mean, in screen, that doesn't look any more 3D than it does in ZBrush, But you're saying that it is a physical object that goes around, but visually I don't see how that is a real issue because all of this is not 3D. Okay, good. No, you were talking about how it works. Great, I understand that. And I do understand that, yes, this is showing you frames. It's only processing what you're seeing. It's more like point cloud analysis than object analysis. You're only getting what you're seeing. Cool. And see, that's going to get you Me Too slap down. I'm just totally kidding. No, Viper, I was just trying to understand what you were saying. I attempt to try to understand things.
Are you caught up on your work yet?
What work?
When you went down to Portland for a bit, you
Caught up on work. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no.
No, I mean, actually, I'm still not caught up from when I was bedridden for a week and a half.
Are you kidding me? That was so long ago.
Dude, when you're behind, you're behind. But also, I'm a creature of rhythm.
Yeah.
And once you're out of rhythm, it's so hard to kind of get back and going. Especially, I run a pretty extreme schedule, so it's just like...
I know that feeling. Except about this extreme schedule, but I'm pretty free nowadays.
I question everything, Viper. That is my existence. To question.
It sounds painful as an existence.
It's probably not true. I'd say I was named for doubting Thomas, but I'm not doubting Thomas. I don't have H's in my name.
Yeah. And apparently that is just a mental block for Grandma Lee.
Oh my god.
Because she cannot understand Tomas.
Oh my god. Her and Orientals. I'm just like, oh, you really can't use that word anymore.
Oh, no.
But I guess you're old. You can do whatever the hell you want, right?
No.
And the Orientals, and I'm just like,
Oof.
oh. You know, I'm glad you don't leave the farm much, because that's a rough one, man. You need to
Yikes, man.
time out on old people talk. But hey, they're old. You know. Oh my god, she makes me pee laughing every damn day. She is so funny. So I'm house sitting, and the mother of the woman who owns the house is my roommate, basically. They didn't want her there during the winter alone, and you know, so, but she's awesome. She's also I mean, she's, you know, she goes out and works in the yard 6 hours. I mean, she's on fire. But you know, if she slept and fell and broke her hip, she'd be doomed. But so now my roommate at the moment is, how old is she? 74? 75? Who knows?
Yeah.
Whatever.
I have no idea.
She's hysterical. My favorite Leeism recently, well, it's not recently, the Seattle was still playing, and so she calls her nephew every time Seattle scores a point. And so I was sitting there doing Instagram or something, and, you know, they had scored, and then, you know, it goes to commercials, all this, and I'm doing this. And then I look up, and it's on the porn ordering page. Like she was about to order a porn movie, and I look over at her, and she's looking at the remote and doing this, and I'm like, Lee, what are you doing? And she's like, what? I'm calling Georgie. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're ordering porn. And she looked up, and she looked at this, and she was using the remote as the phone. So Georgie's number equals ordering porn on cable. I was pissed myself laughing. I was just like, oh my God, Lee, you are... It was great.
What was that cute nickname she gave you? I already forgot.
I have no idea.
I remember she didn't want to call you Thomas, so she was like, and then she gave you a cute nickname that we laughed about for like 2 months.
Who the hell knows? I can't remember my own name. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I think I'm going to have to close down soon. Are there any questions that anyone has before I shut this down? Once again, accomplished absolutely nothing on my stream. You know, like all the other streamers actually get in there and why would you watch me? I don't even understand. I don't do anything.
It seems like you help a lot of people.
Yeah, I guess we go over stuff, but it's really funny. I'm just like looking in here. Okay, to be fair, I did start with, I got this far. Look, I almost got 1/5 of what I was supposed to do done. Right?
Good job.
Yeah. People are like, how do I get a job in the studio? I'm like, I don't know. I get one thing done every 3 months. I don't. That's not really true. But yes. Okay. Good God. Absolute absurdity. Anybody have anything? Anything? Bueller?
We need to get rid of that stream delay so badly.
Did I miss regarding VR? Have you sculpted? Oh, I see. Have you tried sculpting in VR? Well, I've used I can't remember what it was called. But it was more like you could lay down like these ribbons and you sort of add it up, and then you could add fire effects and sparkly effects. It was a lot of fun. I mean, it was very cool, but there's absolutely no control on that. And that's the only one I've ever played with. So I've never tried a responsive dimensional sculpting tool. I think what the real difference between that and ZBrush on a tablet is going to be is pressure sensitivity. I guess you could figure out a way that, like, if it were a trigger, like you could, like if there were a way to apply pressure where you press harder and dig deeper or something like that, maybe you could get there. But I think pressure sensitivity is going to be the thing that separates the VR sculpting from a tablet sculpting, because this tablet has 8,600 something levels of sensitivity. And the difference between this and mine at home, which is the generation before this, which is 2,000 something, it's dramatic. There's a big difference in how they feel.
Most Rigs follow ask how long you've been working in this field.
Well, digitally about 16 years. 15, something like that. I don't know. 2005? So how many years is that?
15.
No, 15 years.
2020.
Yeah, there you go. So about 15 years or so. But before that, I was a physical sculptor. And I mean, I started selling sculpture in 1977. And so I've been selling sculpture for a long time.
Oh, you're old.
So that's, 43 years or whatever the hell it is. So I've been doing this a long time. Yes, I'm old. I am old. Tilt brush, that might have been it. Yes. 3 o'clock.
It's time.
I have to give them... Stop. There we go. Did I answer? Yeah. I'd be very interested in trying one of the responsive VR things. I am a persnickety, anal, fastidious, OCD wingnut. And if I have to, it'd be great. I'll tell you what, man, if I could stand up and work, and I don't mean, we'll get a standing desk. Blow me. No. I mean, like, literally move again while I worked. I'd do it today. If I had this in the virtual world and there was a way of figuring out haptically, like some sort of feedback. But the problem is all the haptic arms. I know what a tool feels like in my hand. And I guess if you've never had a tool in your hand and actually sculpted with it, you're like, oh, this is the coolest thing in the world.
They would need more people.
Otherwise, it sucks. I mean, I know what a tool feels like in my hand. And you like go like this and you can push through the surface and then you're kind of pulling on it back. It's hype. Now, if that's what you learned on, you've tuned your way into it. And I could understand how that's a very good responsive tool for someone who started there. But you got to figure, I had 30 years of real sculpting before I ever looked at something digital. And, okay, maybe not 30 years, 27 and a half, whatever. A long time. And so, yeah, the transition to digital was, a joy. It was ugly. And really, I'm dyslexic, really, really dyslexic. So I started out with a tablet. And, you go like this and this goes that way. And you're like, ah! So I could never do this without a Cintiq. Thank you, Wacom. Or without this groovy little club. No.
Hashtag sponsor. Thank you so much for joining. Push the product. Push the product. Look at the camera.
No, sadly, I'm not sponsored with anything. Well, no, actually, Wacom gave me this. So Wacom, but they don't claim sponsorship. They have collaborative art. I forgot how they phrased it because they're Japanese and they do not want to be associated with anything that comes out of my mouth. Wise move. And so they're like, well, we don't offer sponsorship. We have, I can't remember what they called it. It was really cute. I'm like, oh, leave it to the Japanese to come up with that one.
This is just like artist friendship.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
we're just friends.
Those guys we give people to because they're okay.
Yeah, Tomas.
We have nothing to do with that person. Our name is not on them. He is not wearing a Wacom t-shirt. Screw that guy.
We hang out unless he says something. Then
right, then we
certainly don't.
Yeah, no. We don't know that guy. He's talking. No, who? No. He's at your booth. No, he's not. I'm a witch. That's actually probably true. Most people would suggest the change of that first letter, and you'd get much more votes than agreements on that one. But yeah, I don't know. Hallucinogens and like no stress. You know, there you go. That's why.
Stress?
I mean, there's no such thing as a jewelry emergency.
Well, no, I'm saying like you literally swole up your foot and then you're.
That's not stress. That's physical damage. That's pain. No, stress is, oh my god, it's gonna be done tomorrow. It was the 10, 12, however many years I worked in Hollywood. Pure stress.
I've heard these stories.
You know,
super stressful.
Yeah, guess what? People who choose to work with me now, I'm like, hey, you might get it Thursday. You know? I mean, you're definitely working on my schedule.
You've made a name for yourself, for sure.
Well, yeah, I'm going to work how I work and deal with it. Yeah, they were playing with that. I've seen it. They did one that was 2, and then they did one that was 3 at one point. I'm really going to try to get the Exquisite Corpse thing going because it's one of my favorite games to play, and it's so much fun when you have other people doing it. And it's a surrealist game. It's awesome. So, actually, hopefully, yes. All right, I got it. Here I go, yabbering. Oh, I have time, but yeah, there we go. I don't know what we accomplished. I hope someone learned something.
Social media, plug your things.
Oh, I'm supposed to talk about my social media?
Yeah, you're supposed to.
Yeah,
because you do things sometimes.
All right. See, this is why I suck at social media. Hey guys, join my Instagram and Facebook. But I hate Facebook. They're evil.
You don't have to like them. Okay. You just smile, point at the camera.
I will say if Zuckerberg, pow, fuck that guy. I didn't say that publicly. I didn't mean. No, I didn't. That has nothing to do with Pixologic's opinion of Facebook.
Don't take your tablets.
Okay. Obviously, I need to go. Oh my god, what a yeah. All right, so thank you ZBrush for allowing me to do this nonsense, and thank you guys for hanging out. I hope someone gained something edifying out of this monstrosity. Yeah, of course. And I'll see. There are 5 Mondays this month, so you'll get to see me extra this month. I don't really know that it counts extra because it's just every Monday. So is it really extra? It's just next Monday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So, okay, so basically if anyone wants to find anything about me, I know that I'm answering, is T.S. Wittelsbach. And here, it's probably easier if you just look at it as opposed to me trying to spell it. It was just set up there. Hold on.
Just rolls off the tongue.
There you go. So it's, I guess, TSWITTELSBACH. So my art station is T.S. Wittelsbach. My Facebook is T.S. Wittelsbach. If you just do a Google search on T.S. Wittelsbach, you're going to find me. Yeah, so there's that, and then Instagram. And
you have a bot for that, right? Where it puts all the social media up?
No, I don't have a bot that puts up social media. I'm no. Oh no, let me tell you, ZBrush knows me, man. Let me tell you, I do my best. I really do. I try, but I have a foul mouth, and so I don't know if you can tell or not. I think I do pretty good about not going off on my stream when I stream on my Twitch, which is, oh, by the way, T.S. Wittelsbach. You get an unedited show. Let's put it that way. It becomes a much more diverse conversation
for mature audiences only.
Well, you can be 8 and watch. You're just going to learn new words.
For mature audiences only.
Like existentialism. The metaphysical differentialities of form and digital.
Would you kids like to learn about depression?
Well, there's a thing called opioids.
Oh, no.
All right. Thank you, ZBrush. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. And I need to get out of here so Mr. Pavlich can come on. And hopefully I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for hanging. And bye. Oh,
ciao.
Now you're actually going to have to sit here and watch me try to get my stylus over here and push stop streaming.
Oh, I love it.
There we go.
Perfect.